everybody to our German-American Trade and Tech Conference. It's really lovely to see so many of you here today, a full house, and I very much hope that it's going to stay this way over the next 1.5 days. And I don't know if you have already been enjoying yourself. I have, because it's so lovely to see so many good friends among the audience, to have a coffee, to enjoy the food, to enjoy the intellectual food, which is going to come, and just to be together again. It feels like ages ago that we had the COVID pandemic. We still have it, kind of. So this is one of the first bigger conferences where we bring everybody together again, still in a hybrid fashion, so that also those who couldn't travel here today can join us virtually, but still to get us together. 1.5 years ago, or November, a year ago, we did our artificial intelligence conference, the 4th one, and we were only allowed to have a very few number of people in this room, and it looked very empty in comparison to today. And everybody was wearing masks, and we had to shoo everybody out to do the hygiene concept and so on. So this feels really, really good, almost back to normal. But, well, I mean, looking around the world, we are nowhere back to normal. And this is why we have this conference today, to talk about everything which is not back to normal, but looking forward to all those challenges we are facing. But before we get into everything and into content, if you don't know me, I'm Stormy Milner. I'm the director of the Aspen Institute, and I will be your steward or captain, or do you say captainess? Anyway, so you're captain throughout the next 1.5 days, but I certainly don't do it alone. But the Aspen team is small but mighty. They will be here to help you throughout the 1.5 days. Whatever you need, they are here to help. So Aspen team, maybe you can stand up and just wave so that everybody sees you. So, see? All right. So we are in this wonderful location, the Bavü representation to the state, to the federal government. And Baden-Württemberg has been a really good cooperation partner over many years. We did our artificial intelligence conferences here. We did huge US election parties here as well. And now the Trade and Tech Conference. Enjoy the wonderful food they are providing to us and the hospitality. Thank you so much for having us here today again. If you need to know anything with regard to logistics, just ask my team or the Bavü team, and they will help you. A few more things about logistics over the next for the next 1.5 days. Just so that you know, this is an open press conference, so it's not Chatham House. I still hope that you will say whatever is on your mind, but it could be in the newspapers the next day, just to let you know. Because we also have wonderful media partners who I'm going to introduce a little later on today. And we will have ample of opportunity to cover this conference also on social media. And we have an interview corner for this. I don't know if you already saw it. If you go up the stairs a little bit, there's a big, huge Aspen poster board, and this is where my social media Aspen team sits. And if you like to do a very short interview, 3 questions, just go there and sign up, and we would love to talk to you and then put it on our social media channels. Over the next 1.5 days, we have different formats. We are very much looking forward to an Oxford-style debate this evening, this late afternoon, and I know that both teams have already joined up to talk strategy, to get their arguments right, and you will have the opportunity to vote for either team, and we're going to see who wins, the friend-showing team or the not-so-friend-showing team. We will also have a a format tomorrow, which is called Fishbowl, and you might wonder what that is. We do have two wonderful journalists up here and an empty chair. And you as audience then can come up, join, sit on the empty chair, join the discussion, and then leave again and let somebody else come up here. So we want to make it as interactive as possible. We will have some formats which are short and snappy without questions, Q&As from the audience, and then we will also try to involve you as the audience. I'm looking if I have forgotten anything with regard to the logistics. No, I don't think so. If you can't join us tomorrow, there's also a live stream. As I said, it's a hybrid format, but please come back. I would also love to see you tomorrow again and not just online. But also a warm welcome to our participants who joined us online today. And with this, I hand over to I start the official part, the content part, and the welcome notes. And unfortunately, you can't join us today here in person, but I would like to introduce Dr. Byers to you. Dr. Byers is the finance minister, or the state minister of finance of Baden-Württemberg, and we had to pre-record his message, but nonetheless, he did it with heart and intellect, and I'm supposed to say he's very sorry that he can't join us here today in person. Next time he will be here, and with this, I hand over virtually, digitally, to Dr. Byers. I could say the floor is yours, or rather the screen is yours.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, I'm pleased to welcome you today to the Baden-Württemberg state representation here in Berlin. Welcome to the land, as our campaign would say. Thank you for joining us for this timely dialogue hosted together with the Aspen Institute and the Dürr Foundation. There could hardly be a better moment to talk about transatlantic relations, trade and technology. COVID is still present. Climate change is increasingly tangible, and the war in Ukraine and the resulting energy crisis forces us to review our assumptions. Germany's business model had been relying on cheap energy from Russia, on security outsourced to the US, and a growth model heavily dependent upon China. In the last couple of years, we have seen that global supply chains are highly vulnerable to shocks, and sometimes as simple as a ship getting stuck. And we have witnessed how a change in political leadership can put traditional alliances into question. This means that already before Russia's horrific war against Ukraine, global economic integration was in troubled waters. Now the outlook for the economy, climate, and the international security is at best uncertain. As policymakers, we must not take this as a given. There is a line from the famous Broadway musical Hamilton that comes to my mind. If there is a fire you're trying to douse, you can't put it out from inside the house. In the context of the current crisis, to me, this means that we can no longer use our old blueprints. We really have to think outside the box to meet our global goals. And it's always easy to make such a statement, of course. As a green politician, I can safely say that we are already well outside our comfort zone here in Germany, but we are not done. To avert cold homes and closed production lines, the German government has massively subsidized fossil fuels for citizens and for businesses, and we moved some of our power production from gas to coal to avoid shortages. Many of us here in Germany are rather skeptical about shale gas and about the human rights records of certain net gas exporters, and nonetheless, we have opened our first LNG terminals this winter to facilitate imports. And at the same time, Germany made unprecedented efforts to boost the expansion of renewables. We reduced regulatory obstacles and we strengthened financial incentives. This is working. We did not have to ration natural gas, and renewables accounted for almost half of our gross electricity consumption in the last year. And this is also working because transatlantic cooperation is back. With the brutal war unfolding at our doorsteps, the US has played a vital role in supporting Ukraine's capacity on the battlefield. And our coordinated approach just culminated in the announcement of German and American battle tanks to be sent to Kiev. At the same time, US LNG exports have helped us to follow through with tough sanctions and fill the gap left by Russia. Many of us wonder whether Taiwan could be the next Ukraine and how we could reconcile our economic interests and democratic values in a worst-case scenario. This is one of the reasons why we speak about friendshoring at today's conference. Besides trying to rely on a broader set of partners, we would like to strengthen ties with trusted allies. Last fall, for instance, I was part of a high-level delegation from Baden-Württemberg that visited California and Pennsylvania. And it was really inspiring to me to see how AI ecosystems like the one we are seeking to establish in our state have already flourished across the pond, bringing businesses and research even closer together. In our exchange with Governor Newsom of the state of California, we also spoke about the challenges for democracy at the intersection between technology and populism. Already among democratic politicians, it has become harder to openly make the case for free trade and for open borders. For instance, the ambitious Inflation Reduction Act is viewed with mixed feelings in Europe because of its protectionist elements. But good friendships can handle some disagreements. And the European Commission is currently exploring potential tweaks with the US government to mitigate adverse effects over here. In either way, Europe needs similarly decisive action to foster the just transition. In my view, we should be careful not to outcompete each other with even larger subsidies. But it's only fair that on both sides of the Atlantic, we try to have the best regulatory frameworks and administrative processes to attract green investments and to attract capital. And there is an impressive amount of expertise on all of these matters here in this room together. And I personally can regret that I cannot be with you today. I wish you fruitful discussions and an excellent conference. All the best from Stuttgart. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much. This was Dr. Daniel Bayer, State Minister of Finance, Baden-Württemberg. Before we continue with or getting into the topics, I need to express quite a few of thanks because this conference would not be possible without a lot of people, without a lot of institutions helping the Aspen Institute Germany putting this together. And my first thanks goes to our hosts, the Landesvertretung Baden-Württemberg, with whom we wouldn't have this wonderful location, and thank you so much for their hospitality. My second thanks goes to the Heinz und Heide Dürr Stiftung, who have been supporting us over the years, first our Artificial Intelligence Conference and initiative, and now also the Trade and Tech Conference. Many, many thanks for the very valuable and heartfelt support over the last years. And this conference would also not be possible without the strong support of a number of companies and institutions. And these are this is Bosch. It is the US Embassy who really supported us also a lot with regard to the speakers and also the intellectual content. And we are going to hear from Clark Price in a second. Many thanks to Aurubis, Heinrich Böll Stiftung, UPS, Google, the Friedrich Naumann Stiftung, Bayer, IBM, Dean, and the Association of the German Trade Fair Industry. Thank you so much for supporting us. And also many thanks to our institutional partners, the Aspen Institute Digital Program from Washington, D.C., and also the Berlin Dialogue. Thanks to our media partners, Politico, Tagesspiegel, Background Cybersecurity, and also Internationale Politik Quarterly, and certainly also to our speakers and moderators. And since this is a conference where you're not just supposed to sit, but also become active, I would like to ask all of our partners and supporters to just stand up very briefly. Get up from your seats so that everybody can give you an applause and also see you. Oh, okay. So I already see I have to become a bit better motivator to get you moving. So we already heard what this conference is about, or a little bit about. The title of this year's conference is Stronger Together Towards a Transatlantic Trade and Tech Alliance. And we didn't put a question mark after it, as so often you see with such titles, when you're not quite so sure in which direction it goes, there's a question mark behind it. And we talked about this and we decided, no, we're not going to put a question mark behind it because we truly believe that this is important and that we are stronger together. And also, because we think it's kind of a statement that even if we are not there yet, which we might not be, we should work towards it. But I'm pretty sure that some of you put a greater question mark behind it, and that's what we want to discuss today. I want to kick us off with a quote, and a quote by the US Secretary of State, Antony Blinken. And he said at the inaugural meeting of the US-EU Trade and Tech Council, the Trade and Technology Council last year, he said, the combined weight of the US and the EU is actually setting the direction, helping to set the standards, helping to set the norms around trade and technology, is unmatched if we are doing it together. That was kind of the inspiration also for our title. And it is something to discuss where we currently stand in the transatlantic relationship and where we want to go. We already heard, and I saw a few eyebrows going up, Mr. Byers mentioning the IRA, the Inflation Reduction Act, which brought up some strong emotions, I would say, on this side of the Atlantic. When it was passed, the EU, the German government, France took a closer look, and they were not so happy about it, talking about discrimination, talking about unlevel playing field, talking about how industry is going to leave Europe, leave the EU, go to the United States. We were a little bit offended that we were not one of the free trade partners, such as Canada or Mexico. And there was a lot of, maybe would say in Germany, beleidigt. We were a little bit beleidigt. On the other side of the Atlantic, there were also or not understanding, and I heard, why are you reacting like this? Finally, we are doing something on climate and energy. I mean, it's a huge, huge project, which brings us closer to the Energiewende, energy change. And this is also going to be good for you, good for European companies. A commission was created where the EU and the US come together to talk about these things, but there seems to be still a little bit sometimes lost in translation. We are partners, but we are also sometimes competitors. We do things together, and sometimes we don't do things together. What it shows, however, is that the partnership doesn't come always automatically and always naturally, but we have to work for it in all areas, and especially in a time when we are facing a multitude of crises at the same time. We have the increasing geopolitical tensions with China. We have a war raging on the European continent, the biggest land war since the Second World War. We are just coming out of the COVID pandemic, but there are other health risks looming. Many countries are facing high inflation. Many countries are facing a cost of living crisis. A lot of countries of the global south are facing huge problems with regard to food security, food prices. So we have a lot to do. And trade and technology can help with all of this. But there are also some risks. We see the disinformation environment getting more disinformation out there by the day. We see an increasing number of cyber attacks. Digital technologies can help to make supply chains more secure. But at the other time, it also can create vulnerabilities. And this is what we want to talk about today, here up on the stage, but also with you. And we don't want to just ask questions, but we also want to provide answers. And to get a feeling of the general mood among you, we also prepared 3 polling questions where we want to involve you. Is it already on the screen? No, not yet, but it's going to be there. Okay, so we're using Slido for this polling, and you can either use your cell phone, hold it to the code, and I was told it works also from way back, or you can also go on slido.com and punch in the numbers, which is 2337781. So let's take a look at the first question. Okay, so it is working, very cool, but you're sitting in the first row, so that doesn't tell us anything about the back row yet. So the first question is just a very general question, where, oh no, this is number 3 actually. Can we go to number 1? Very good. So what is the state of the German-American relationship? Do you think it's excellent, good, mediocre, bad, or really bad? Oh, we are in a Funkloch? Elisabeth, do you know the Wi-Fi? Okay, the password I was just told is Karlsruhe with the capital K. Very good. Okay, so you're still working on it? Okay. Yeah, it looks good though. Okay, so still moving. So 1 more minute, and we close that off. Okay, so what is really good, I was just going to say what's really good is that nobody said it's really bad. 1% of you is saying it's really bad, and I would love to meet that person later on to talk about that, what is really bad about the relationship. Only 4% are saying it's bad. Around 50% saying it's good, that's wonderful. Around 34% are saying it's mediocre, so there is some room nach oben, I would say, in Germany, and 11% are saying it's excellent. I wonder if we would have had the same results, let's say, 3 years ago. They would have been an interesting comparison. So let's move to the second question. There's still no Wi-Fi? Wi-Fi works? Okay, Wi-Fi works. Karlsruhe with a capital K. I'm really sorry. Okay, Elizabeth, could you briefly come up and say the network? LTE is working. Well, I mean, for some it works, for some it doesn't. The walls are really secure here in the Landesvertretung.
So the network is called LVBW, which might be a bit difficult for our English speakers, but it's short for Landesvertretung Baden-Württemberg, where we are located at the moment. And the password is Karlsruhe. Yeah, the city with a capital K.
Perfect. Thank you. I hope it works now. So the second question is, what are the biggest challenges in the transatlantic relationship? So we have how to deal with China, and some of you are already at it, that's good. Industrial policy and subsidies, digital technology and democracy, and supply chain security. I would have loved to put many more issues on there, like how the future of the WTO and so on. But then my colleagues said, well, do you really, WTO? Well, let's talk about it in the discussions later on. So, more than 50% are saying it's how to deal with China, 54%, 53%, industrial policies and subsidies, more than 30%, digital technology and democracy, 13%, and supply chain security, 2%. Very good, very good. So let's move to the last question. And certainly if we talk about the challenges, we also have to talk about the opportunities. So where are the greatest opportunities for cooperation in the transatlantic relationship? Reducing barriers for trade in the transatlantic marketplace, joint development of new standards or standards for new technologies, cooperation, oh, this is moving really fast, the joint development of a new European peace order or fighting disinformation, war and cyber attacks. It's a close race, closer than on the challenges. So more than 40% are saying it's reducing trade in the transatlantic marketplace. Almost 30% are saying cooperation on standards for new technologies, or 30%, joint development of a new European peace order, 16%, and fighting the disinformation war and cyber attacks, more than 10%, 13%. So, and it's still moving. We will write that down and also share it on social media, but it gives us a little bit of a feeling where we see the challenges, where we see the opportunities, and we also see that there might be still something to do. And with this, I am very sad to say that the ambassador can't join us today. Amy Gutman had to cancel on short notice, which is not surprising with everything going on in the world, and also on the Munich Cybersecurity Conference. And I heard with the biggest US delegation ever coming to Munich. And I also heard that about 1/3 of the US Senate is going to be in Munich. I don't know how Washington is going to function if everybody is in Munich, but it shows you how important also Germany is within this new geopolitical order we are currently facing. And while I'm sad to say that Amy Gutman can not join us, I'm really happy that her deputy, Clark Price, is going to, or is here, and is going to give us his welcoming thoughts. Clark has been a very good friend, personally, but also of the Aspen Institute, but also of Germany. He is a real Deutschland-Kenner, a German knower. That really doesn't translate so well. But you know what you're talking about. And you steered the ship when Amy Gutman was not yet confirmed and was not in Berlin. You were here before at the US Embassy during times which were not so easy. You worked in the State Department on Germany issues. You were stationed in many other countries around the world. And if there's somebody who believes in international cooperation to solve problems in a rules-based order, I think it's Clark. And thank you so much for stepping in today and just being a good friend here in Berlin. Clark, the floor is yours.
I'm going to have a lot less technology, so just words as a good State Department employee. First of all, I want to thank Stormy for that wonderful introduction. Stormy is one of the premier transatlanticists in Berlin, and certainly one of the most far-seeing, a friend of the embassy for many years. And in fact, I think it was probably Stormy that was behind this conference. It certainly has the flavor of Stormy. Transatlantic, trade, technology, looking ahead. So thank you very much for doing this, and thanks for having me. Yeah, a hand for Stormy. The fact is, this conference really couldn't have come at a better time, in my opinion. We live in a new era. It's clear from reading the headlines. Anytime you pick up the paper, you're hit with truly a Zeitenwende, to quote your wonderful chancellor, defined by serious and wide-ranging challenges of a truly global nature. Democracies are under intense pressure from a range of threats: internal divisions, economic uncertainty, technology changes, and external actors. Just as during the Cold War and the post-Cold War era, today a strong United States and a strong Europe fuel democratic values abroad. We are the avatars of the West in terms of these values. And then as now, it is important that as transatlantic partners, we find a way forward in the face of these challenges to democracy. This includes harnessing the tools of technological advances that they offer to bolster democracy. We all know our competitors are using increasingly sophisticated means to illicitly acquire sensitive technologies, information, and know-how. We have to adapt accordingly in order to ensure that emerging technologies work for and not against our democratic values and security. A modern industrial and innovation strategy must take into account the basic fact that technological security is economic security. This is a fundamental element of the Biden administration's vision on how to protect and support our democracies. Accordingly, at home, we have made some historic investments in the industries of the future, investments that will strengthen the resilience and security of both domestic and global supply chains. And abroad, we've deepened our alliances and partnerships. We're working very closely with Germany, the European Union more broadly, and other partners to shape the economic rules of the road to benefit our economies, societies, and democracies. In his meeting with Vice Chancellor Habeck last week in Washington, Secretary of State Blinken emphasized that the extraordinarily close partnership and collaboration between Germany and the United States in addressing the challenges that we face. In this new era, advancements in science and technology will define the geopolitical landscape of the 21st century. We'll see leap-ahead breakthroughs in new industries that drive our prosperity and shape the values and fabric of our societies. What will not change, however, is the basic premise that international cooperation based on basic principles of democracy, human rights, and the rule of law is the best strategy to produce growth and security both at home and abroad. The question is, how do we take these general principles and apply them to urgent specific problems, for instance, in the economic space? In terms of transatlantic cooperation, the US-EU Trade and Technology Council, or the TTC, is the essential platform for advancing transatlantic cooperation and democratic approaches to trade, technology, and security. As a forum for shaping the rules, norms, and standards on trade and technology, the TTC plays a critical role in the global economy. It is the premier framework for working with partners and allies. And now is the time to raise our ambition for the TTC, to define a future based on common values and a common vision for greater transatlantic cooperation. Through the TTC, we are countering non-market policies and practices that undermine our businesses and workers in the global trading system. Russia's unprovoked invasion of Ukraine and its weaponization of energy, the strains on supply chains in the wake of COVID, and the increasingly coercive policies of the People's Republic of China have underscored the importance of working together to pursue policies that reflect our shared values, the values that drive competitiveness and prosperity. The TTC is moving the ball forward in numerous areas to strengthen our trade and technology partnership. Through it, we have launched a pilot exchange on how to simplify transatlantic trade with regard to exports and re-exports of dual-use items and sensitive technologies while ensuring appropriate protection against misuse. You'll see, by the way, I'm getting into some details on the TTC because it's important for you all to know that it is not just a moniker, it is something that is aiming to address specific issues that we are facing right now in a way that is effective and useful. We have one of my colleagues from our Economic and Business Bureau, Tony Fernandez, who is going to speak to us about this issue in greater detail and about the issue of friendshoring. We're very, very lucky that he made time to come, and just let me thank you for being here today, Tony. We also launched a new transatlantic initiative on sustainable trade to identify actions in key areas of trade and environmental sustainability that support our shared goals of a green and sustainable future, and to increase transatlantic trade and investment. At its recent meeting in December, the TTC previewed a roadmap for developing and implementing trustworthy artificial intelligence. Progress was also made on initiatives to foster more transparency and efficiency in government incentive programs on semiconductors and electric vehicle charging systems. For its next meetings, the TTC is developing tools for further cooperation regarding new and emerging technologies. It plans to roll out strategic standards information mechanisms to share information about international standardization activities. And while that may be to the general public a not particularly interesting issue to discuss for us, for those who are working on these issues, that goes to the core of how we are working together in our societies to build a path together for the use of these technologies in a way that promotes prosperity and safety. It plans to roll out this mechanism to share information about international standards activities, also to make certain that the public is informed, and to build more resilient semiconductor supply chains. An initiative to institutionalize an early warning system to address and mitigate supply chains disruptions is also being developed. We will build on efforts to address attacks against human rights defenders online by advancing the principles of the Declaration for the Future of the Internet. That means protecting universal human rights and fundamental freedoms. And it means ensuring inclusive and affordable internet access to the internet around the globe. And finally, work is underway to expand the scope of certain mutual recognition agreements. The TTC will continue to work on identifying potential sectors and cross-sector initiatives which have strengthened cooperation on conformity assessment, which could enhance transatlantic trade even further. These are only a few examples of what the TTC is working on, but they illustrate the importance of the basic goals of the TTC, which are to maintain and strengthen our transatlantic edge in innovation and technology, to ensure that our supply chains are resilient and that critical technology stays out of the hands of autocracies, to set the norms and standards for emerging technologies, and to impose costs on those who break international rules or seek to bend them to favor autocracies. Admittedly, we still have a very long way to go. In order to truly meet the challenges of this century, we will need to build on the foundation of the TTC to achieve ever deeper cooperation on an ever wider array of complex issues. Industrial and trade policy must evolve as a complement to trade rules and practices that recognize key economic priorities on both sides of the Atlantic. At the beginning of my remarks, I mentioned domestic industrial and technology initiatives of the Biden-Harris administration. This includes the Inflation Reduction Act, also known as the IRA. It is the single largest investment in climate and clean energy solutions in U.S. history. According to independent analysts, the IRA will be the most significant policy driver for global emissions reductions this century anywhere in the world. Many have voiced concerns about the impact of the IRA. We are having constructive conversations on this issue with our trading partners and allies about the implementation of this legislation and our common goals for clean industry. What does partnership mean? What does our alliance mean? It does not mean that we always agree on everything. But what it does mean is that when we have disagreements, we have dialogue, and dialogue that is aimed at resolving the issues between our societies. And that is what we are doing on some of the details of the IRA. And the reason we are working so hard with Germany and the EU on the issue underlying the IRA is simple. We want both the United States and Europe to have a strong, clean energy industrial base. We think that the steps that we've taken under the IRA produce opportunities for European firms and manufacturers to participate in the benefits of the IRA in ways that will further Europe's economy as well. We welcome discussion about how we can work closer together to meet our climate obligations, but also ensuring that as we do so, both sides of the Atlantic have a strong industrial base to meet the clean energy needs of the future. At home, the Biden administration has also taken a series of steps to modernize our systems for export controls, investment screening, and other tools to protect our tech innovation from theft or abuse and protect the international community from economic coercion. We are making progress in formulating an approach to address outbound investments in sensitive technologies, particularly investments that would not be captured by export controls and could enhance the technological capabilities of our competitors in the most sensitive areas. Here too, as we do this, we are also consulting with our partners to share our expertise and learn from their experiences. We continue to safeguard our communication systems. The United States has passed legislation which outlaws the use of Chinese equipment in our government systems and has banned Huawei and ZTE from our telecommunications systems, and we encourage our partners and allies to do the same. I expect you'll touch on many of these issues during the next 2 days of this German-American Trade and Tech Conference, as well as at the Munich Security Conference later this week. At the MSC, we are co-hosting a side event as part of the Futures Forum that was launched last November in Münster by Secretary Blinken and Foreign Minister Baerbock. The idea for a Futures Forum was born at the farewell meeting between President Biden and Chancellor Merkel. The goal was to, quote, utilize the expertise and innovative power of our societies and recommend solutions to jointly shape our future, and to create a new cadre of transatlanticists. Planning is underway for next year's forum to take place in Washington. It sounds like it's going to be an absolutely incredible event. Without a doubt, the greatest resource we can leverage are the transparent democratic values that we share. Both Germany and the United States recognize the challenges we all face. We both know we can overcome more quickly and more effectively when we combine our strengths. As partners, we share the same fundamental interest in a system where people play by basic rules, where security and sovereignty are protected, and where human rights are respected. This is a fact. It's also a fact that when the United States, Germany, and the European Union focus on our differences, we make headlines. But when we work together, we make history. As we did in the past, let's do it again. Let's make history together. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much, Clark. And I know that you do have to rush off in a second. And you already fulfilled one of our goals to give us treatable good quotes. And the last one was certainly one. Now, seriously, thank you so much for giving us a lot of food for thought and content for the discussion over the next 1.5 days. And then we'll see each other in Munich again. Looking forward to it. Thank you so much. So... But you will see that the US Embassy is still strongly represented in this room. So if you want to discuss whatever Clark has said over the coffee break, there are some of his colleagues who are still here, also sitting in the first row, looking forward to the exchange. And with this, I am really happy to hand over the steering wheel to our first moderator of the day, Dr. Tobias Endler. If you haven't read his books yet on the transatlantic relationship, on geopolitics and economics, you certainly should take a look. He would be a wonderful speaker in his own right, but I was very, very delighted when he said, I would also moderate for the Aspen Institute. And you came all the way from the south of Germany today to be here. So thank you.
All the way from Spain. I'll do anything.
All the way from Spain. Well, I'm not so sure if I really. I mean, I'm a little envious. I mean, you had sun, so. And with this, I hand over to you. And thank you so much for being here.
Thanks for having me. It's not going to be just me up here on stage. I should be joined in a second by Anu Bradford online, and I'll try and speak to you. There she is. Hi, Anu.
Hello. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good morning to you, Anu. This is what tech will do, right? It will make you participate in conferences before breakfast, because Anu is speaking to us from the East Coast of the United States. So thanks very much for doing this. A very warm welcome once again to the first Spotlight talk of the conference. And again, thanks very much to Stormy Mildner and the entire Aspen Institute team for providing such a great stage for debate. And I think there's lots of room and need for debate. My name is Tobias Ellard, as already said. I'm a political scientist and an author on transatlantic relations and democracy and debate in our time. For the next half hour, and this is all we have really, we'll try something that cannot be done, Anu, I think you agree, and that is covering a very complex issue that is evolving as we speak in all of 30 minutes. So I think I always knew there was a reason why ambition and Aspen both start with the letter A, and this is what we're trying to do. The good news you can see up on the screen, Anu Bradford is the ideal guest who joins us in this undertaking today. So let's enter a round of applause across the Atlantic, shall we? Good morning again, Anu. Let me introduce you just quickly to the audience before we get going. Anu Bradford is Henry L. Moses Professor of Law and International Organization at Columbia Law School. She is the director of Columbia's European Legal Studies Center and a senior scholar at the Jerome A. Chazen Institute for Global Business at the Columbia Business School. In addition, Anu is also a non-resident scholar at the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace. She's a native of Finland. Her expertise also includes practicing law in Brussels, as well as serving as an advisor in the Parliament of Finland and the European Parliament. So there couldn't be any better guest that I can think of. Professor Bradford's research focuses more currently on international trade law, European Union law, and comparative and international antitrust law. Her book that came out in 2020 was called The Brussels Effect: How the European Union Rules the World. So actually quite a provocative title to start us off with. And Anu has a new book that's coming out this fall, which I could very much recommend to all of you, titled Digital Empires: The Global Battle to Regulate Technology. And we'll hear more about the central ideas of the book in a second. So let's jump right in, not waste any time. Anu will give a short talk introducing some of the central ideas of her new book. Possibly we'll also touch on the Brussels effect. And some of the new ideas might concern the main approaches to regulating tech around the globe, obviously in the United States, in the European Union, and also in China for all matters. Some of the challenges that come up along the way and how they could be solved, and obviously which approach might come out as the winner in the end. And then possibly also why it's a good idea to have more cooperation between the EU and the US, as was just said by Clark Price, to have more cooperation, not less, when it comes to regulating tech. After Anu's talk, there will be a little bit of room for us up here on the stage in conversation to dig a little deeper maybe. But for now, Anu, we're all ears, eyes and ears, and the floor is yours. Welcome again.
Thank you so much, Tobias, for that kind introduction, and good afternoon, everyone. I really wish I could be there in person. Berlin is one of my favorite cities, and I always would welcome the opportunity to join you there in person. This is a terrific set of conversations that you have lined up, but thank you for giving me the opportunity to share a part of that conversation with you. So let's indeed talk about technology and the regulation of technology. So I would say that in today's conflict-ridden world, where the governments don't really agree on anything, there still seems to be an emerging consensus that big tech is a problem and technology needs to be regulated. But there is no consensus in how we ought to be regulating the large tech companies. And I would say that we have three basic models to think about tech regulation, and they revolve around the ideologies and approaches of the United States and China and the European Union. So these three, what I call digital empires of the modern era, because of their influence and ability to really shape the global digital order, they put forward a different model on how to govern technology, each focusing on prioritizing differently the relative role of the markets, the state, and individual and collective rights. So first thing I want to highlight that public conversation often really talks about just US-China tech war. There's this obsession of who wins the tech race. But to me, that is only focusing on one piece of the ongoing technological contest. There is also a contest over the rules that govern the entire tech world. So let me quickly introduce what I call these three different models: the American market-driven model, the Chinese state-driven model, and the European rights-driven model. So the American model centers on this idea that we need to protect free speech, free markets, and free internet. It is a techno-optimist vision that traditionally has really placed its faith in tech companies, self-regulation, and the markets, and has been very skeptical of government intervention. China, on the other hand, it is a state-led effort to turn China into a technological superpower. At the same time, the Chinese state-driven model is really focused on entrenching the control of the Chinese Communist Party so that there's political control over the Chinese citizens, exercised through surveillance, censorship, and propaganda. The European Union, on the other hand, I call that model a rights-driven model. It is a human-centric, rights-centric, fairness-driven way to think about a more redistributive, human-centric digital economy, where there is a greater faith in state intervening in an effort to protect those individual rights and redistribute power in the digital world. So these models are not even limited to what China does in China, the US does in the US, or what Europeans do in Europe. Instead, all these digital empires are actively exporting their regulatory models. But they're exporting something different. The US is exporting the private power of its technology companies. China is mainly exporting infrastructure power by building digital networks and other hardware around the world. And the Europeans are exporting their regulatory power. That is something that I have written previously about the Brussels effect, the European Union's unilateral ability to regulate the global marketplace. So that already tells us that we actually have overlapping spheres of influence instead of the world really splintering or balkanizing. There's many battleground states that see themselves using Chinese hardware, American software governed by European rules. But that also then leads into the contestation because these models are overlapping in the global marketplace. So what is the battle between the three digital empires about? It is the battle for technological power, economic power, political power, military power, and also cultural and ideological power. It is a clash of systems that represent different visions for the world and sets of values and rules that govern pretty much every aspect of our digital society. So this battle, to me, takes place on two levels. And that, to me, helps us really understand what are the main issues we focus on when we think about global digital regulation. There's a horizontal battle and there's a vertical battle. The horizontal battle is the battle that is emerging between the US and China and the EU. The US-China battle is mainly a battle for technological supremacy and really characterized by the increasingly heated tech war. But there's also a transatlantic battle, which is mainly a regulatory battle. It is conflicts about privacy and surveillance, about digital taxation, about antitrust, where the stakes are really defined differently, with the Americans thinking about European regulators overreaching, whereas Europeans often think about American tech companies overreaching. But those are some of the major horizontal battles that are unfolding. But there's also a vertical battle, as each of these digital empires are trying to regulate their tech companies or tech companies of other digital empires. And this vertical battle is particularly intricate for two different reasons. So one is that these governments have a complicated relationship to the tech companies. These tech companies are the target of the regulation, but they're also tools that these countries need in their battle for technological prominence. So you cannot intervene and regulate them so forcefully that you weaken them in a way that you can no longer fight your horizontal battle. But also then there's another intricate issue in the vertical battle, that these tech companies need to navigate multiple masters. They need to face at the same time the Chinese state-driven model in China, whereby the Americans say that you should not be engaging in censorship. And China says, if you want to operate in our market, you do engage in censorship. So ultimately, the future of the digital order will be defined by these different digital battles. And I think these battles are really characterized by the mix of conflict and restraint. There's restraint because, for instance, America is very keen on limiting exports of technologies to China. But it also does not want its companies to forgo all the economic opportunities in the Chinese market. These economies are intertwined in a way that is very difficult for companies like Apple to completely disentangle itself from the Chinese market. The same way that there are regulatory battles across the transatlantic domain. But at the same time, the US does not want to accelerate those battles to the extent that it prevents its ability to collaborate with the Europeans when it comes to a joint effort to restrain the influence of China. So we see both elements of conflict and elements of restraint. But let me now go into something that Tobias already indicated that you might be interested in, which model is going to prevail. So if we predict into the future. So let me offer a couple of thoughts. So one is that I am increasingly confident that the United States market-driven model is losing. There is very little support anymore to this idea that tech companies can self-govern, that we do not need governments to intervene. So the world is turning away from the American market-driven model. Even the voices in the United States, whether you look at public opinion surveys or the conversations in the US Congress, they are turning much more skeptical of these techno-libertarian foundations of the American digital economy. It seems to many that the US got more than it's bargained for with this Section 230 of the Communications Decency Act that is basically the foundation of free speech online. What we have today is techno-libertarianism gone wild, causing havoc around the world, while also shaking the foundations of democracy in the United States itself. So instead of tech companies delivering freedom and really strengthening democracy, we see individuals stripped of their dignity and personal autonomy and being surrounded by hate speech and disinformation online. So there is pressure from American citizens for the US government to do something, to be more like Europe in terms of regulating technology companies. But even if the discontent and vis-a-vis the tech companies is real, the dysfunction of the US Congress may be even more real. And to date, we still do not see a lot of tech regulation emerging from the United States. So if the US model is not doing well, I actually think the European model is doing relatively well. So in the democratic world, there is an increasing consensus that the European regulatory model best serves public interests, checks corporate power, preserves democratic structures of the society. So we see countries around the world emulating the European regulatory architecture. Even the US, as I mentioned, is now rethinking its techno-libertarian foundations. And with every privacy scandal, with every hate speech scandal online, there seems to be the European model being vindicated in the eyes of the citizens. But even if the European model is doing well, I have three main concerns about the future of the rights-driven model that the Europeans are both endorsing at home and exporting abroad. So first, there is a concern whether that model is consistent with innovation and technological progress. I always get the question, can Europeans ever generate technologies or they can only regulate technologies? And here I've written a lot about regulatory power, and I think it's real power. I think it's relevant, but I'm also very quick to admit that it's not enough that Europe regulates and is content and being referee. It needs to get on the field and play the game, play offense and play defense, and be also a hotbed of technological innovation. So many suggest that the EU cannot innovate because it regulates. But here, I don't think it is inherently a problem with the European pro-regulatory approach, that it would be incompatible with innovation. Regulation is not the reason why big tech companies don't emanate from the EU. I rather think that there is an other set of issues: lack of integrated digital single market, lack of deep integrated capital markets, punitive bankruptcy laws that deter risk-taking, very different from the United States. That is a foundation for the entrepreneurial spirit and technological disruptive innovations. And Europe's inability to harness the global talent the way that the United States has been able to do. So yes, Europe regulates more than the United States, but all these other factors, to me, are the ones that really set the US and the EU apart. So in many ways, I think emulating European privacy laws, European approach to content moderation, European approach to antitrust law. But I would not mind the Europeans emulating the American entrepreneurial spirit, the culture of risk-taking, the bankruptcy laws, the capital markets, the role of venture capital in general. And one of my favorite topics, really proactively to try to make Europe a destination for global tech talent. So my bigger concern about Europe's rights-driven model is that it is prevailing as an ideology, but Europe's track record in entrenching that model into actually implemented outcomes is very weak. So the Europeans have not been as successful in enforcing the rights-driven model. So if you look at the GDPR, the flagship of European regulation, there were reports in 2021 that the Irish Data Protection Agency, that is the main enforcer due to the headquarters of many the leading tech companies being in Dublin, that about 98% of the complaints pending before the Irish agency were still unresolved. So enforcement is one of the biggest challenges. So ultimately, if Europe fails to enforce, it can win the battle of ideologies, but it's the US model that prevails in practice. We do have techno-libertarianism. We have tech companies governing the world because Europe is not capable of enforcing its regulations. So rather than worrying about over-regulation of the Europeans, I think the Europeans should double down and follow through and actually enforce their regulations. At the same time, it's very easy to criticize, but let me be clear, enforcement is very difficult. I saw the statistics that has really stayed with me, that the year when I just criticized the Irish DPA for not being able to enforce, when the GDPR entered into force, the Irish agency was vested with the annual budget of 9 million. That's the same amount that the biggest US tech companies headquartered in Dublin make every 10 minutes. So they had a big opponent to fight their legal fights against. Second, it is easier for China to regulate technology. Europe works with the rule of law and democratic constraints, which makes regulating technology much harder. And if you also just think about the domain of regulating these companies, in 2020, there was these statistics I looked at that Facebook users were uploading 150,000 photos every minute. The YouTube videos, there were again 500 hours of video uploaded every minute. There is no way that some European regulator is ex ante reviewing all this material and effectively regulating it. So at the same time, when I call for more enforcement, I recognize some challenges associated with this enforcement. But let me now focus on, and I'm going towards the end, the third and to me the biggest challenge. I say that the European model is doing well in the democratic world, but it is facing a big battle against China because also China is doing very well. There's tremendous demand for Chinese state-led governance, especially in the authoritarian world. And if you look at the map of the world is increasingly turning authoritarian. It's hard for us to see from Berlin and New York how much our role in the political map of the different regime types is shrinking. And it's hard for us anymore, even if we can make a normative case about against the Chinese model as being too oppressive. It's hard to predict its demise in practice. Chinese model is doing very, very well. So that's what I see as the defining battle that now is characterizing the digital economy. The one between the more European style, a democratic governance model that is increasingly embraced by techno-democracies, and the more sort of Chinese-led techno-authoritarian camp that is having a very different vision for the digital world and the relative role of the state and the individual rights. And ultimately, what is the stake in this battle is the future of liberal democracy. And I think this future for the liberal democracy can in that battle be lost one of the two ways. So one is if the US and the EU lose the horizontal battle to China. And ultimately, technology will be harnessed to further the goals of the state, as opposed to empowering the individuals and protecting their rights. Second, democracy is also lost if the US and the EU lose their vertical battle to tech companies. At that point, the individuals are being exploited by tech companies, as opposed to protected by democratic governance. And here I also would pause you to think about for a moment. If you predict the outcome of the vertical battle, few of us are predicting that China will lose its battle vis-a-vis its companies. But we are less certain if democratic governance, like those in the United States and Europe, can prevail in their own vertical battle vis-a-vis tech companies. So what does that tell you? That the digital world is either governed by authoritarians or tech companies, because we fail to show that there is a democratic way to govern technology. That is the outcome that neither the United States nor the European Union wants to see. And to me, that is the biggest battle cry around which the US-EU cooperation ought to be built. Yes, there are differences when it comes to the values of the United States and the EU, but when it comes to the biggest battle of all, the US and the EU ultimately see very much eye to eye. And I see that the US is already moving in many ways closer to the European view that technology needs rules, but even the greater impetus for transatlantic cooperation and institutions like the Trade and Technology Council is the idea that the US and the EU need to join forces. And the biggest choice for me is not for Europe to choose between the US and China, but it's for the US to choose whether to join forces with Europe or whether to let China win. And this battle for the future of the liberal democracy is the battle that I don't think the US or the EU are prepared to lose, because ultimately, if they lose that, what else there is for them to fight for? So let me end with that, Tobias, and answer any questions you may have.
Well, I think I can speak for all of us, Anu. Thanks very much for a fascinating and a very thought-provoking talk, which is all we need at the beginning of a conference like this. Everybody leaves with different ideas. I was fascinated by the battle of digital empires, as you laid it out. The United States being a single sovereign nation, China being a single sovereign nation, and the European Union obviously being not. So I would be very interested if you could dig a little deeper. You mentioned the issue of integrated single markets, for example. Our conference today is called the German-American Trade and Tech Dialogue for a reason. So I would be very interested in just if you could explain a little more, the categories you choose and what exactly the big advantage is that you see about the European Union as opposed to something that would sort of keep it back from moving to the forefront.
I guess why I chose the three big digital empires is to have this starting point that the world is focused on US, China as the biggest technological powers. And I think that's very understandable if you just look at the list of the leading tech companies, where are the biggest AI startups? Those two are really clearly players in that game. But the European Union is in many ways much more influential in shaping the global environment within which technology is evolving. So I would defend Europe's place there. But you also note how Europe is not sovereign. So it's a different kind of empire. It's the empire that is not as united single entity. And I think that is the weakness and the strength of Europe at the same time. It can be a weakness. For instance, the lack of integrated digital single market is a very concrete impediment to European technological development. So European startups need to internationalize much earlier than their American counterparts that can basically first grow within a very integrated American market. So there's no question that in order to become a technological powerhouse, the EU should be drawing on its biggest asset, which is the single market, and which still remains incomplete when it comes to digital regulation. So yes, there the fragmentation can be a weakness. But in many ways, the idea that the European regulations emerge from this contestation across 27 different member states, that can often make those regulations better, more balanced, because they reflect already the kind of contestation and differences and compromises reached across the member states. It's one of the reasons why they have been replicated and emulated by governments around the world, because by design, the European regulations have been drafted in the way that they work in different legal systems. And that makes them better fitted for many other legal systems around the world. And here, for instance, if you look at the different balancing that Germans bring to the conversation, the very strong pro-privacy rules. The French bring into the conversation, well, we also need to think about national security and surveillance. We know what terrorism is like. We do believe in privacy, but there needs to be some kind of the balance there. Again, if I use Germans' approach in the preparation of AI regulation, again, much more sensitive on the protection of fundamental rights. Then comes Finland and the other Nordics, who are bringing the voice that we also need to think about innovation very strongly. So in many ways, I think there's the checks and balances that come from these different conversations where the different voices are very, very strong. The one internal contestation, and I just can't help but bring it now, is this obsession with digital sovereignty and technological sovereignty. And that is, I think, an important way that we see where the European model is heading and how much Europe might be sort of shifting in its own sort of concept of what kind of digital world it is building, because it seems to be increasingly focused on the kind of more techno-protectionist ideas. And that's something that also gives me pause and an additional challenge that I think I'm increasingly focusing on as well.
And then we'll have to wrap things up, unfortunately, already. So you made a very strong case how Europe can become a powerhouse of its own. And you said before that the US already is, obviously, but then you said something very fascinating. You said the US model is losing at home in a way. It's losing acceptance among the population, among lawmakers possibly who want to rein in big tech and so on. But still, you said the US model is prevailing in practice. So you made it sound like there might be something of a watershed moment where things go one way and then go the other way. So for us in Germany and Europe, as we look at the United States and possibly our own future, as in where things are going, could you talk a little bit about that watershed moment where things go like from prevailing in practice to losing in acceptance, and what this might mean for where we are going as Germany and the European Union in this respect?
So I think it is a very unfortunate state of the affairs where you have had an ideological consensus. The kind of values have converged around an idea, but the governments fail to deliver that in practice because that leaves citizens discontent. They understand their privacy is being violated, yet they realize that their governments have been unable to protect them from those violations. And the idea that they are buying into this idea that the tech companies are becoming too powerful, yet they do see their dominance just being entrenched, and the governments being unable to do anything about it. So there's a gap between where societal consensus is and what the governments are able to deliver. It also shows to those battleground states that are choosing between a European model or the Chinese model, is that do we want to be dragged into these legal fights that we seem to be constantly losing against these companies? Or do we have more of an authoritarian model that seems to be effective? There is no gap between what the government wants, what it promises, and what it delivers. And in many ways, I think that's why the stakes in the Europeans now being able to show that the DMA and DSA, the Digital Markets Act, the Digital Services Act, the forthcoming AI Act are not just strong on paper, but they really show how there is an ability by democratic governments to actually entrench those into concrete market outcomes. And ultimately, I think that would leave both the US discontent if the US is prepared to move towards the Europe discontent, because if you just win the battle of values, you can say that I was right. But it doesn't leave you very content if you say that I don't have the government that is able to deliver what is right and what the citizens need and what the citizens want. So ultimately, I think that would be a very unfortunate outcome. I haven't lost my faith. I think the governments are acquiring new tools. It helps that they have the public support now to do that, and that the consensus and the momentum is on the side of the governments to do that. And I think the consensus is also shifting in a way that many of the tech companies also realize that they need to pick their battles. They cannot be fighting the governments when there are more governments fighting them, and they cannot be at the same time fighting antitrust and copyright and privacy and content moderation. And ultimately, I think we need to also understand what society wants from them, what they want from technology companies, and what is the role and responsibility of those companies to help be governed and jointly govern and work with the governments in a way that ultimately technology serves us as citizens and as individuals.
Technology serves us in the best of senses, with the two of us and the entire audience being in touch across the Atlantic. You as someone who hails from Europe, who lives and works in the United States, and who cares so much about transatlantic relations and moving forward together. So it's been a pleasure, Anu. I think I can speak for all of us. You spark a lot of thoughts. I can see in people's faces in the audience that people will take along a lot of thoughts and ideas as we go about our conference. So thanks very much for doing this before breakfast, as I said, and for joining us online. Let's have a big round of applause for Anu Bradford again.
Thank you so much, Tobias. Thank you, everyone. It was really a pleasure, and I wish a tremendous set of conversations. You have an exciting agenda, and all the best for the conference. Thank you for joining.
Thanks very much. Check out her new book, Digital Empires, as it's coming out this fall, and make sure to also read The Brussels Effect, which, again, just the title alone, I think is very promising and thought-provoking. Thanks very much, everybody, for this, and enjoy the remainder of the day. Thanks very much for coming.
Thank you very much. There she's already gone. And we would have loved to have her here. Tobias, what's your main takeaway?
My main takeaway would be, for one thing, the way that Anu framed the situation and how she dares to think big, which I think is very American in a way. But also, I like the idea of us Europeans to think big, not shy away from the issues that there certainly are. And I think she has a way of framing the issue that is provoking in the best of meanings. And I could tell from reactions in the audience that not everybody has to agree with everything that was being said, but I think that's the very point that she was making. And also how she linked tech to democracy and modern democratic societies. It's not separate, including these huge tech companies. They act and they work within society, not separate or next to it. That's my main.
Yeah, no, I very much agree. Very thought-provoking. Claudia, what did you think?
Oh, I thought it was very thought-provoking. I was surprised that the US model would not succeed, that she was very open about this, and I think she made a good case that it's not EU versus US, but US and EU together versus authoritarian models. I thought that was a good point that she was making.
Yeah, I thought so too. Very good point. Uli, did something surprise you?
That she underlined so much that the regulation of Europe has such a strong value.
Yeah. No, I really thought that too. Yeah, Joanna.
Well,
no, Mike.
Oh, no, Mike, okay. I was really disappointed that she thought that there was still any water being held in this claim that innovation is undercut by decent antitrust enforcement. In fact, I published a paper last year showing that EU IP and also market capitalization in the digital economy is just as good as China's. And in fact, the rest of the world combined is bigger than the two of the EU and China combined. So yes, the US has a lot of influence here, but I think it's really it's wrong to think that this is. In fact, James Besson has a new book on this too. So I'm on the other side. I support her in her vision of our regulation, and I don't support her in this attack on or the support of giant tech.
Yeah, Yeah, let's hear one more voice before we move on to our next panel. She was faster, but Susan, you also get your turn.
Yes, there was, sorry. There was one aspect of Anu I was missing. We are talking about Europe, but Europe is 27 diverse nations. Yeah. And that's
perfect.
That's a point. Well, you know, when the Germans are starting, they are doing now an AI association, a project, and they are still talking about nation, about German. There's never a mention of Europe. Well, the only guy who is talking a little bit more about Europe is just the French president, Macron. He was doing a speech at Sorbonne, but not the Europeans.
No, thank you so much. And last but not least, also Susan.
Thank you so much. Hi, everybody. I'm Susan Aronson from GW. I wonder if we're misdiagnosing the problem. Like Anu's perspective is about governance. I think there's actually a lot more in the United States and the EU and China have a lot more in common regarding governance than she gave credit to, because maybe when I say maybe we're misdiagnosing the problem is about the business model. And Chinese and American data giants both use trade secrets to gain control over personal data and mixing personal data with proprietary data and public data for AI, for XR, et cetera. And so, you know, she's defining the problem as about essentially personal data protection and competition policy, but maybe the problem needs to be addressed is the business model. And the only way you can address that is corporate governance.
Thank you so much. So many keywords and key thoughts which we'll keep on addressing. I need to go to the next panel because this is kind of the moment when my team is thinking, oh my gosh, she's going off script. We will never be able to keep the timeline. I hope she... And this is why we also have Elisabeth with us today.
Should we go on discussing? Yeah. Okay, no problem. And what about the program? So are we closing this round with a few more questions?
No, I think we have to move on, huh?
We have to move on.
Yeah,
right?
I think we have to move on.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, everyone. Thank you for all your questions, and we'll move on.
Yeah. All right. Okay. So, and there might be some other little surprises when I call on you in the audience to get involved. So be ready. And don't be too shy about it. And with this, I would like to introduce our next moderator. And it's lovely to call on stage Hans-Joachim von der Burchardt. Hans, Joachim, thank you so much for being... Don't run away so quickly. They're still building up the stage. Okay, and let me properly introduce you. So you are working for Politico. Right. And you are covering the Chancellery.
Yes, indeed. Mostly the Chancellery and the Foreign Ministry and Defense. Well, in recent weeks we've seen all these kind of like topics fall very much into the same place. So yeah, that's my main topic that I'm covering.
Okay, and is there something secret you can tell us about our Chancellor?
There's a lot to tell. Well, no, I think there are many secrets, but I think we're now looking very much forward to, especially this weekend, the Munich Security Conference, and I think what we're very much expecting him is to announce a sort of Zeitenwende Reloaded the Saturday at the Munich Security Conference, where we'll highlight the achievements of his first year of this big sea change in German foreign and security policy, which was just announced, 1 week, more or less, or less, 3 or 4 days after Russia's invasion into Ukraine. And so in the next days now, this weekend, the Munich Security Conference, we expect him to really build on that and demand and claim German leadership in security policy. So that's maybe one little secret I can tell you.
Well, I think we have to come back over the coffee break to get the real secrets and insights. And with this, I hand over to you.
Thank you very much. So, yes, good afternoon, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here to moderate about the panel Democracy in the Information Age, Put to the Test. As introduced, I work for Politico, which you probably know. I've been working in the past years in Brussels a lot, covered the EU. I've been now for about 2 years, covered especially the new German government. And if you've looked a little bit into the biography, you might have seen that actually I started at Computerbild, which is a big German consumer electronics magazine, which also looks into internet security and internet economics. That's where I started. So it's actually, for me, a bit back to the roots now. So linking these two things, internet companies, digital media, social media, and the political dimension, especially also democracies, the impact. And I think we all have seen quite a lot of worrying trends in recent years. I mean, I'm thinking of 6th of January in the United States in 2021, more recently what has happened in Brazil, where social media, where the internet has played quite a worrying role for democracies. And we're looking, of course, at the war in Russia. We're looking at, the war in Ukraine, Russia's war in Ukraine. We're seeing all the disinformation that's happening there. We're seeing the challenge as well by China. And at the same time, I think there are also some opportunities coming from social media, coming from technologies. And I would like to discuss this here at the panel for about 40 minutes with my guests, and then we also have some time for questions. So without further ado, I'm calling up in no particular order, just alphabetical order. I'll start with Michael Berthold. Please join me on the stage. Michael is the co-founder of NIME from the beautiful southern German city of Konstanz, or Konstanz, as you would say, for the yeah, so, and he is mostly, with his platform, open analytics, data experts, and mining data. So he's really the technical expert here on the stage. And I think he has a lot of interesting things to say also about how technologies really in the nitty-gritty have an impact on our broader political sphere and our democracies. Then we have Barbara Comstock. Please come on. She's a former member of Congress until 2019, right? Now a senior advisor at Baker Donaldson law firm, and you've also worked at the Justice Department. You have a lot of experience also from the transatlantic side, from the other side of the Atlantic, on transatlantic relations, on data regulations. I think that will be very interesting to discuss with you. We've got Laurie Richardson, Vice President for Trust and Safety at Google. And Laurie, you've been working a lot in all sorts of data security, privacy issues for Google. I think you have a lot to say also about these issues, right? And you also work for the Obama administration, I should say. We have Vivian Schiller, Executive Director at Aspen Digital. And what I find most interesting about Vivian is that you have worked at Twitter as well. So I think we all want to talk about that. And joining digitally, I hope she's already there. Yes, Lorena Jaume Palasi. Bienvenida, from Spain, or from where you're joining us now?
From Brandenburg, actually.
From Brandenburg, oh, you
not that far away.
It's not so far away, okay. But you've also looked a lot into technologies and regulation, if I'm right, and how this is influencing our political sphere, our democracies. You've worked at this committee, and I always need to look it up, the European Parliament's Science and Technology Opinions Assessment Panel or Committee, to also look into these fields. GDPR, of course, is a big term there we've been working on. And yeah, so welcome very much. I think that should be my seat. So, and I thought we start off with a little question to each of you before we go into a broader discussion. And as we all probably feel it, when we have a question, we first go to Google. That's a usual thing these days. So, Laurie, I'd like to ask you, so I've painted a bit of more a gloomy picture in my brief introduction here, talking especially about all these challenges. I talked about Brazil, what we see in the US with the storm of the Capitol, where, of course, social media and technology played a big role. We see the disruption through disinformation, the challenges from China. So how do you qualify this at Google in your job, and what maybe positive elements can you add to this?
Thanks for the question, and it's really great to be here. It's great to be in Berlin and grateful to be a part of this conversation. So my job at Google is that I lead a large team called Trust and Safety, and we are responsible for setting the policies for all of our products, search, ads, YouTube, which has a separate Trust and Safety team that we work very closely with, Play, and our new generative AI products, and we also enforce those policies. So, you know, all of the trends that we're talking about today are things that we think about as a team and as a company every single day. The rise of geopolitics and the instability in so many ways of the world as we find it today, new and emerging forms of technology that actually test the boundaries and the paradigms that we've arrived at, and trying to, you know, over the last couple of decades, find the right balance between government, the private sector, and civil society, and how we answer some of these questions. And of course, a new wave of regulations that is coming out of Europe and all over the world that is also seeking to answer these really big and important questions that we're asking ourselves around how we strike the right balance between competing principles like privacy and competition, child safety, free expression, and safety online. So it is certainly a big and dynamic moment. So what's the good news? I think that we are learning how to work with partners in a better and deeper way to get to answers around some of these questions. Both in terms of partnerships with governments as the Digital Services Act comes online, and it's transforming and in many ways helping do what my team's been doing for a very long time, which is to think about how the choices that we make and how we design and deploy technology products impact the people who use them and societies around us. And we've been working closely, obviously, with the EU and EC as we try to move forward in realizing the potential of that new piece of regulation. We are also understanding and able to respond to the broader concerns of civil society around us. And that's all important because these core technology products, I do believe, are essentially a force for good. We saw this in Russia-Ukraine when, after the invasion, technology companies were able to work very, very quickly to put policies in place to help stop, and we are continuing to work on this together with governments to help stop the spread of Russian disinformation. Products like Google Maps that actually provides identifiers for refugee services. Products like Google Search, which helps people find information when they most need it by putting up SOS alerts in the wake of crises events. And YouTube, which does seek to give voice to people who historically have not had a voice. And all of that comes with a lot of responsibility. But I think the good news is that we're learning how to do this better, we're learning how to do this well, and we're existing in such a dynamic space that we're going to have to figure out how to partner together because nobody can solve any of these challenges alone.
Since you just mentioned YouTube, I wanted to follow up there briefly. I personally, as a journalist, have been encountering this in recent years quite a lot, that there has been a lot of fake news. We had it, for example, on YouTube with the white helmets in Syria. It was quite a controversy. I think some people might remember that it was actually Russian or Syrian propaganda on YouTube quite a lot with these documentations. Also, we've seen this also with Ukraine, and of course, it's a very narrow barrier about what is actually documentation with maybe some controversial political spin in there, but it could still be legit information. What is actually disinformation that is clearly seeking to, for example, spin a pro-Russian, anti-Ukrainian, etc. narrative? So how do you tackle this challenge?
I think the first thing to think about and understand about what's happening across all of these platforms at Google is our first job is to make sure that we're raising up and making accessible high-quality information. In a way, that's what Google's been doing for a couple of decades, which is people are looking for information. How do you make sure you're being responsive to what they're looking for? And YouTube tries to do that well, too. But there are other levers that YouTube uses. Obviously, disinformation campaigns and information operations are a component of the Russia-Ukraine conflict. And we've put in lots of measures to sort of detect and disrupt disinformation operations. We work with trusted partners across Europe to flag and respond to disinformation when it's identified. But a lot of this is seriously hard questions and hard to understand what's on the right side of the line between something that we may disagree with and something that actually qualifies as disinformation. And so getting that balance right takes a lot of cooperation with government.
Right. Vivian, I introduced you already as somebody who worked at Twitter, and of course, dealing with disinformation, moderating content is something you've been working with, and you've observed also what has happened since. So what is your take on the state of social media and also on Twitter these days and the impact it has?
Yeah, it's really actually quite devastating what's happened to Twitter. Twitter used to have a team very much like the team that Laurie led, a very large and generally very effective, not perfect, but generally effective trust and safety team. Unfortunately, almost all of them were fired the first couple of days after Elon Musk took ownership of the company, and the ones that were left, hoping to be there to sort of, staunch the tide of horrible information, became so frustrated that they quit. So it's now Twitter is just it's open season for all kinds of coordinated and disinformation campaigns. For bad actors, for all kinds of nonsense and garbage on the Twitter platform, which is really a shame. It is very hard. These content moderation decisions, it's very easy to pick out screw-ups. But content moderation is extremely hard. It is never going to be perfect. The best that you can do is to keep trying. But in the case of Twitter, you now have an owner with accountability to no one who has decided that it's not a priority, and also based on some of his own tweets, clearly is someone who doesn't care very much about evidence-based reality. So it's not great. And I will say that what's happening at Twitter, where basically one man is in charge, just like at Facebook, which is I think still trying much harder than Elon Musk is, also accountable to one person, is shining a bright light on concerns when you have a single individual. Google's a little bit different situation. A single individual who ultimately has this decision making in his hands, and I'm saying his here because they're all men.
So. A lot of this also comes down to regulation, of course, and the question of whether we should regulate more, do stricter regulations also for platforms like Twitter. It was already mentioned before here, Valerie, that regulation is something she deals very much with. So, Barbara, you've been working in the US. You're joining us from Washington. I think you just got into Berlin yesterday.
Yes.
So how do you see the necessity and the broader chances also to regulate a platform like Twitter and have a chance to actually steer the communication there in a way that it's not imperiling, endangering for democracies?
Well, I think, over the past few years, given my background, as you mentioned, I first worked in Congress, then I worked in the Justice Department, and then I myself, ran for office. I was first in state government, where I represented an area that was very active in the tech community in Virginia, outside of Washington, D.C. I was chair of technology committee. Then I was in Congress, where I also chaired that and worked very closely with the technology community. And I think as you look over the past 3 years, since COVID, since the whole Ukraine, war, I think you've really seen a lot of the positive things that we can deal with tech, and even post-January 6th, a lot of what we've been able to identify, through social media. While social media had a role in being able to organize January 6th, social media was very active in January 6th miscreants and criminals. These were not bright people who were out there filming themselves, putting everything up on YouTube, on social media, and as a result, we have hundreds and even thousands of people who have now been arrested and who are going through prosecutions because they put the video themselves up on social media. On January 6th, they thought it was all fun and games. They forgot it was criminal. But also, during COVID, my husband's a teacher. I have 3 children. They're now all educating their kids. I'm fortunately part of a 4-generation family, so I was able to see, my kids, working from home, educating their children from home during COVID, using technology, sometimes in a lot of good ways, sometimes in challenging ways. My husband had to do hybrid teaching. Tech was at the forefront really before government was there. They were coming in and showing us how to do it. Government, a lot slower. My husband's in a private school now. He retired from public schools. His public school system was a disaster. He'd compare with his friends who were still in the public school system. They weren't figuring it out. His private school system was doing a good job doing the hybrid system. Google and one of my school systems I used to represent, they came in and gave free Chromebooks to all the kids, if they didn't have that. And so, you really saw a lot of good ways to deal with this. And now we are, going forward, finding a lot of those hybrid work ways to work, in education. And then I think you also had telehealth just, went through the roof. Mental health, people who were isolated before. Now, because of tech, we saw great ways, and now government has expanded their telehealth expenditures, and they're going to keep that in there. I know we're going to talk about Ukraine more later. So definitely, I think a lot of the positive things we can learn in terms of what do we need to regulate and how we can do it. And I think certainly, the previous speaker, the US and the EU obviously have better models, I think. Democratic, I think the democracies, if we aren't the ones leading in terms of economically, militarily, it is going to be very dangerous to have a world where China is leading. So even though we have very different ways of how we want to work on this, and I think it's not just that we're I am a free market, free speech Republican, distance myself from the autocratic, dictatorial Donald Trump, who led an insurrection on our country. So I think he's more in the China model. I do want to point out there's some real differences in the United States on this also. Josh Hawley, I would put more kind of in the EU model, strangely. So, you do have a lot of different models in the US too. But I do think we've seen a lot of good use, throughout the world over these past years, just through, necessity has been the mother of invention. So now the democracies can come together and say, where have we really done a good job? And let's take those examples and find where maybe we can have a little humility. Certainly government isn't known for being humble, but having sat through a lot of hearings on technology, I can tell you government isn't always the best, certainly members of Congress aren't known for their brilliance on technology, and I will.
You're referring to the Mark Zuckerberg hearing?
So maybe we shouldn't be the ones that really mess. I know when I had hearings, I was usually asking them, what can we do to help you, get health cures faster, help our economy grow faster, do things to, get things to market faster and say when we have natural disasters, get you there quicker, not have me over-regulate in a way that gums things up.
Thank you. Well, you mentioned also the great potential, of course, of teleworking and participating in conferences. So teleworking and joining us from Brandenburg now, I would like to give over to Lorena, because you also look especially in this angle. I don't even know where to look at you. Maybe this angle is best. I don't know where the camera is, where you see me best. But you've been really looking into this intersection of technology and regulation, and also you've been advising, for example, the European Parliament on that, and we have mentioned the European Digital Single Market. We had GDPR a couple of years ago, where Europe actually set what a lot of people say is a gold standard now for data and technology, and also our data that we're all handing out to all these companies, mostly in the US. So Europeans want to have a say on that. So how do you see the potential and the need to regulate more? Are we there yet, or do we need to do more?
Thanks for having me, and thanks for the question. I don't think that we're yet there. I think that we are trying to regulate in advance a lot of technologies whose impact we don't understand yet. When we talk about, for instance, many artificial intelligence systems, we need to acknowledge that we have quite low implementation in Europe, for instance. And when I mean Europe, I actually mean the European Union, which is 27 countries, but Europe is a continent and it has way more countries apart those 26. And I think it's important that that when regulating, we understand better what are the real consequences and conflicts that we have with many of the systems that we're trying in advance to understand. And right now we are regulating a lot of systems as a product, but actually many artificial intelligence systems are not a product, they are a technology. And as that, they work like an infrastructure. So there's no way to regulate them in the same way as you would regulate, for instance, let's say something that you can eat, like food that you just produce, and once it's produced, you just can place it in the market. But it's a technology that's always evolving, and the way you implement it might differ a lot from the way how you released that technology. So I think that there's a lot of misunderstandings about the technology, how we use it. There's also a lot of expectations on technology that we see in many of the pieces of regulation that we're having. And of course, there's a lot of uncertainties, but because right now, the way how we're regulating AI, it's sort of an abrupt breach in the way how European Union has been regulating traditionally, because usually when we regulate, we have a sectoral approach to things. So we would regulate very specifically technology within the medical sector and the health sector in a specific way with very specific standards and very specific set of defined risks. We would do the same for the finance sector. We would do the same for the social security sector to get a hold on each sector of technology. And suddenly we are more and more starting to regulate in what is called a horizontal approach, which means that we sort of try to create general rules for regulation that must be applied across all different sectors. And that is a sort of turn, so to say, in the legal methodology. And I'm not sure that that's the right approach, to be honest, on the one side. And what we're also doing is sort of detaching many of the conflicts that we see in many new technologies from the whole context. And we're trying to solve problems by separating, so to say, the different aspects of a problem. So for instance, when we talk about AI systems, artificial intelligence systems, we are detaching from that part the whole environmental issue, the whole energy issue, the whole raw material and prime and critical resources issues. We have different regulations for that. And to a certain extent, when we talk about regulating AI, we're sort of forgetting that that when we imply that we want to foster specific forms of systems, like let's say electric cars that are AI-led, that we're also implying that we're going to need specific raw materials like lithium. and that many of the critical materials that we need for digital products are outside Europe, and that this also requires specific regulation. And this sort of regulation, for instance, that is very and deeply connected to many of the digital services and issues that we want to have, and so to say, structures that we're creating, are detached fully from the legal approach on AI. So I think that right now we have different realities, so to say.
So
I'm calling from Brandenburg. People here do not have mostly access to internet, so they have to go to the roof to use their cell phones. There's very bad connection. And actually, the problems that they have is, for instance, water, which is the reason why Google got rejected to install their data center here in Brandenburg, which is something that they wanted to do last year. And in the end, they had to step back from that idea because there's not enough water here. And we already have Tesla, the gigafactory, Tesla's gigafactory, which is already consuming so much water that we already have water cuts, and that schools cannot be erected because the water resource institutions are denying them the certificate because there's not enough water to provide for the schools. So we cannot build new schools and we cannot build new business over here because there's not enough water. So that's one reality that we have there, and that's deeply intertwined with new digital services and new digital models that physically exist here. And that reality leaves also with all of that was described before.
Okay, thank you very much. So I think that's very interesting what you also mentioned about this holistic regulation approach, and where you said the horizontal approach as such maybe doesn't work alone. We need to look also at critical raw materials. For example, at the next panel we will talk about trade. I think that's going to be also very interesting, so to go into that deeper, the Inflation Reduction Act, and there, of course, these elements also play an important role. And you also already mentioned artificial intelligence, and I introduced Michael as so to say our AI and data experts at NIME. So artificial intelligence, we see this as a huge help. I mean, in my work as a journalist, I write in English most of the time, but I am German, often speak to German interlocutors. One tool I use a lot is DeepL, actually German startup, very cool and good, I think, in translating, but there's so many other things we see. ChatGPT also now actually becoming a problem for university professors or teachers because people or students, they try to write their paper with a chatbot, and the other day I saw on Twitter interesting thread about how to actually detect, and if it's still possible for teachers or university professors to detect this kind of cheating. So how do you see AI going forward? Is it more of a challenge, or do you see also there a big threat that these things going all the way to deep fakes, etc., could influence, can disrupt our democracies?
I mean, we seem to be focusing on the negative aspects a lot more. I think there's a lot of amazing
I want
potential
you guys to
for
bring
AI.
the positive in there, yeah.
And I think things like automatically translating meaningfully is just one tiny little aspect. I mean, AI is not new. I've been doing AI research 25 years ago at Carnegie Mellon. So I've just had a little bit of less of an impact. I think the really interesting challenge when it comes to this regulation aspect is like the Googles and the Twitters, they don't do that anymore, but the Facebooks of the world, they're focusing on an old problem, right? Regulating, they can regulate now what is already about to be outdated, and they're struggling to do that, right? What they're regulating is essentially saying, okay, we need to ban that particular person because they're posting bad stuff. We have human moderators that are finding spam or disinformation. We're filtering this out. But we are now at a stage where we have technology that generates content, right? And it's not human designed content anymore. It's content that was designed by something that was built based on information that we cannot trace back. So the human moderation team at Google, I'm sorry, they will be out of work soon because everything looks perfect. right? You get text.
I disagree with that, but I do think our jobs will change.
The jobs will change. Okay, sorry. Good. Okay. They're not out of job. They have a very different job because they now need to actually go in and understand the content and go back to the sources that they can't really find and figure out if it sounds true, it seems true, but actually fundamentally it's not. And I think to me it sounds a little bit like a lot of these technology catch-ups that we've done in the past couple of years as well. I mean, spam detection, right? Then you devise better spam things. I mean, right now all of what Google does is in principle explainable to outsiders. You don't want to do that because then people work around it, right? The way search results get pulled out of the World Wide Web is actually understandable, right? It's hardcore math. But in principle, it's understandable, and of course, you want to keep that secret, otherwise people optimize around it so that their posts get top rating. But that's over. Right now, we're generating stuff, and we're coming up with results that nobody can explain. All of this buzz around explainable AI is bullshit. It's impossible to explain what AI does. If I could use that model. All I can do is get close to kind of explaining some aspects of the information that were used to come to that decision. But really understanding how that complex AI system came up with that explanation is impossible. Otherwise, I wouldn't need that complex AI system in the first place. And I think that's going to be super interesting, right? And I think it will lead to us needing to accept that artificial intelligence systems make really, really, really stupid mistakes at times, where we think, how could you, right? But on some other aspects are amazing. I find it interesting that people still don't step foot in self-driving cars. Self-driving cars are safer than human drivers, but they make really stupid mistakes. And that's something we don't accept. We don't accept human error from a robot.
We already have the first question from the audience, and of course I encourage you to also submit us our questions. So one question here is anonymously, how can the US contribute to strengthen the EU to find an effective strategy in the systemic conflict with China? And actually, Vivian, I want to go over there to you, also to the previous speaker we had here, which described also that we have very different model with the US. I mean, I'm polarizing a bit, but the US being very business-driven, market-driven, the EU being value-driven, and then there's China, an autocratic system, and these three different layers, so to say. Is there a way for the EU and the US to work together and to deal with autocrats like China?
Yeah, well, yeah, and by the way, I thought that her construct was very clever and smart. The idea of U.S. being market-driven, Europe being rights-driven, and China being, what did she say, government-driven or state-driven. On the other hand, I think it's too neat a construct, to be perfectly honest. There have always been techno-libertarians in the U.S. There will always be techno-libertarians, but it is not the prevailing view of most Americans, and so I'm not sure that I buy that construct. I think, however, she did point out something that I think fundamentally, and again, everything is shades of gray, that fundamentally is true, which is the free speech orientation around the U.S. and the more sort of, I'll call it, rather than rights, because I think everybody agrees on rights, I will call it more an anti-harms orientation in the EU is very interesting, and I think that is actually a fundamental tension, which is, and it's on a continuum, right? Which is, are you willing? This is putting it really grossly. Are you willing to tolerate more harms in the spirit of speech, or are you willing to suppress speech, including necessary speech to prevent potential harms? So I'm not sure that's related necessarily to China, and I realize that there are trade issues concerned, which is not my area of expertise, but I do think that there is more in common between the EU and the US, that sort of central dichotomy I just mentioned, accepting that radically differentiates the collective of the US orientation and the EU orientation from China, with the possible exception of Josh Hawley. I don't think there's anybody in the US or the EU that looks at that is looking for that level of state control.
And I also wanted to say, if you have questions, you can't submit them digitally, you may also raise your hand, of course. But still following up, Barbara, I want to also ask you on China, because we see really this very different model of China. I think Lorena highlighted this point on trade, which is very important, that of course technology regulation goes at with critical raw materials is linked to trade, of course, as well. There we have, especially here in Germany, huge dependency on China, and we've seen ASML in the Netherlands now being kind of like forced to reduce its trade and its dependency on China, both in imports but also exports and business activities there. But when we look really at the technological aspect and the control that China has, the grip that the Chinese government really has on controlling everything that's going on there in the internet, but also influencing the narrative elsewhere, how do you see that?
Yeah, well, and they've been cracking down a lot on their tech. They want to control that more, whereas we have a lot more freedom in ours, and a lot of the opposition, certainly from a free market standpoint, to some of the the antitrust suggestions that come from left and right in the United States. It's a weird combination, both of the support for regulation has a left-right support, and the opposition comes from both the left and the right and the centrist in the center. So, but the argument for those of us who oppose a lot of the increase in regulation is that it will weaken our technological ability to compete against China. And a lot of it has not really been thought out in terms of our competitiveness against China in terms of, economically, militarily. Some of the requirements it puts on there would increase the ability, it would open up some of the, systems to allow bad actors to get into our systems in a way that we have protected them so they cannot. And so that is not, some of the complaints from, some of the competitor, we have a system, ours is about, protecting the consumer.
Right.
Our antitrust system is, if the consumers like it, and our consumers, by and large, one of the things I did not see when I was in Congress, people coming in and complaining about, I don't like my phone, I don't like, they like their phones. They had an Android, they had an Apple phone, they're happy with their phones, they like their computers. I usually did not have people standing outside my office complaining about their computers or their phones weren't working. But you have people who might be, competitors, so the difference of competitors who may not have as good a product wanting to, might be complaining that they don't like the, who they're competing with. So that's a very, it's a different way of looking at things, in the United States. So the competitors come in and try and talk to, people in Congress about, hey, I want to get a piece of that market. We look at the system, in the United States as, the system that has developed over the past 30 years is about consumer-driven, lowering the prices, making it better for the consumers. And that makes us more competitive against China.
But you're actually making the case for less regulation there, if I understand you correctly.
Yes, or well thought out regulation that makes us more competitive, in the international community, and making sure in terms of national security that we are protecting, our companies that have developed these. The United States does have, the top technology companies in the world. China is coming up trying to take a lot of that space from us. We don't want to give up that space, and certainly from a national security standpoint, we feel it's very important that we don't give up that space.
When it comes to bringing the EU and US together, maybe one thought I had is I always think back a couple of years when we still had TTIP, and we talked about also bringing not only trade, but also technology and values together, creating joint standards actually between the EU and the US that are then become world standards that would eventually force China also to accept that standard rather. We have this Trade and Technology Council we will talk about in a bit, also at the other panel a bit further, but Laurie, maybe just, do you see this we heard less regulation, otherwise we can't compete with China. Do you see it the same way? Or do you see that the EU and the US can actually do something together that would create leverage toward China?
Or light touch regulation.
Light touch,
really
okay.
I think I agree with both of you, and let me square that. I think what the Congresswoman is saying, pointing at, that's really, really important, is we have to hold together the notion that, yes, it is important to have smart and good balance and regulation of all industries, including the technology industry. And yes, there are geopolitical issues at stake too, and we need to be able to hold that together. I think quite often it feels like policymakers are thinking in compartmentalized ways when it comes to these issues, and sort of going full bore ahead and not necessarily squaring across what some of the national security interests may be. And I think that does lead us to a place where we need to be in a principles and standards-based alignment across democratic coalitions in a transatlantic way that might help write the rules for this next wave of technology that I think you provocatively but probably accurately pointed to as hugely disruptive and consequential, and a moment where if we haven't gotten our act together yet to try to think more holistically, now is really the time to understand what's at stake and set the right rules, standards, and norms around it so that we can, technology is going to march forward whether US companies do it or European companies do it or Chinese companies or other companies. It's happening. So how do we do it well? And that takes a lot of collaboration and investment and coming up with the right structures.
And as you pointed out, oftentimes what Congress is doing is for the old problems, not for the new. So you start regulating and you're not...
But that's regulation tends to lag behind, and in technology that's a problem because, like you say, we march ahead anyway. But I like talking about standards much more than regulations, right? It's a little bit like you guarantee quality, I'm not going to screw with your data. And I think there's a lot, GDPR has a very negative touch to it. We could have phrased that as a DIN norm, for instance, right? What kind of norms, standards do you need to fulfill with your software to get that stamp of approval, right? I mean, and I'm not a German patriot, but anyway, like the made in Germany, right? That had a ring to it at some point in time. Could be made by a democracy norm.
One question from the audience from Ned Wiley. On that point, TTIP and TTC, the Transatlantic Trade and Technology Council, whether that's actually enough or whether it should be even more aggressive towards China when it comes to technology on cracking down the disruptive effects. Any thoughts on that? Michael, you have a take?
Technology is darn easy to copy. I find that. I mean, it blocks them briefly if you boycott them, but all you do in the end is that they start copying it and rebuilding it themselves, and they have the technology to build the technology. So I don't really think that helps us in the long run.
Yeah, and I think one problem also we see now with the war in Ukraine is that we're realizing that the West, or our perceptions of democracies, of state, of rule of law, of international law even, is not as well perceived all over the world and as accepted as we thought maybe. Because you could say, okay, Russia is invading Ukraine and everybody is condemning it, but if you look at the UN, there's still a couple of countries that are not doing that, some important countries that are kind of like on the fence, so I guess in technology it would be the same a bit if we were trying to completely shut out China.
And some stuff, I mean, for instance, our software is open source, right? We can't even control where it's being used. So you can tell me all day long that I'm not allowed to deliver it to Russia, but the Russians can download it and use it. And they use our commercial software too, by the way, as we see. But that's, it's super easy to copy software.
And I actually got here a question from Ned Wiley. I misattributed. It was a different question about the aggressiveness, but the actual question about Ned Wiley, I want to bring that one up also to you, is actually whether ChatGPT will become actually, or will successfully challenge the current dominant tech companies like Alphabet and Google. And of course, Laurie, you can also weigh in on that one.
Oh man, that's pure speculation. I think a lot of the larger techs are very entrenched already, and they have, I mean, Google has a phenomenal AI department. I'd be shocked if, okay, they hit a couple of bumps early on, but they will have very, very similar technology very soon. So I don't think it's a challenge. It's more of another one of those, let's try to get this done. And I see more M&A going forward, like what Microsoft is doing with OpenAI right now. So that will happen. They will buy the innovation, but I don't think the big techs will disappear. I'd be surprised. Hopefully Twitter does, but that's a different story.
I would be surprised, Laura, if you disagree with that, but I still want to hear your take on that.
Well, the ChatGPT is working with Microsoft, so the premise, let's talk about that. And it's also built on Google Research, which was open sourced and made available, as we've done with our research for a long time, and powered by TensorFlow, which is also a Google product. So to the point of technology flows like water and people build on it and use it, it's an important one. I guess the point I'd make about looking into the future is, yes, we have been leading on both research and application of AI for a long time now. There are a lot of people out there. It's a highly competitive space. One thing that I think Google has a strength is that for also a long time, we've been trying to come up with high quality answers to questions. And that's going to be really important as we seek to realize the positive potential here and mitigate the possible downside impacts.
Vivian,
I just want to add a point about, because we really should be talking a lot about generative AI. I think, in the sort of the lightning bolt that came from the sky, figuratively, when ChatGPT was open to the public in the beginning of December, is both a consequentially important moment and also a meaningless moment. It was a meaningless moment in the sense of this technology is not new. Google has the same, if not much better, capabilities. That's just a demonstrable fact. So this isn't new. However, the fact that ChatGPT came out with such a user-friendly design really sort of, for most people who were not paying attention, was mind-blowing. It is mind-blowing if you haven't been paying attention. So, now all of the money is flowing into generative AI. Everybody's like, metaverse, what? Web3, blockchain, what? It's all about generative AI. So the kind of money and attention, I think, will further drive change.
We already have a question there from the audience. I'm not sure whether you have a microphone. Yeah, that's coming over there to sir over there. Thank you.
To Laurie and Michael, we had the corona seasons, the COVID seasons. Yeah, and you are working with data, and I wonder why you have not found a way out of the chaos of data. I'm not asking, using AI for a vaccine, but just to make transparency in the chaos of data. Why not?
Do you want to start?
I'll take that first. I think actually we have done the job. It was just not communicated properly.
I don't understand it.
Actually, the reason that we had that drug so early is data science plus. Bringing a drug to market within, 18 months? It's never been done before. And that's a win for data science. That's a win for the type of technology that we built. The data was, I was trying to follow that. At the early days, it was actually understandable what was going on. It was often communicated differently. And the problem was everybody expected new results every day. You cannot get new results from data every day, right? It's something that you aggregate over time. And people should have simply said, okay, that's what we learned this month. Let's wait until next month. So a lot of that was just feverish reporting, trying to get new information out every day. That, in my mind, caused a lot of the chaos. And it's hard to be patient in a situation like that. I get that too, but I think that's part of the reason. And the rest is probably Google. Why didn't you fix the problem?
Yeah, Laurie.
I actually think it's our experience through COVID is a good example of how interdependent and holistic all of these systems are, because data is, that technology companies are able to both make available and process and analyze is only as good as raw data that we have. And so public health systems all over the world struggled to produce reliable and I think sets of data that were speaking to each other in a way that made it easy to understand. We did okay, but as just an individual, like we all were living through a world crisis, I think we were craving something that felt more regular and systematic. But I'll echo Michael's comments that also some really extraordinary things happened, and I think it's important to remember that.
Over there, please.
Hi, I have this question, I guess, is to all the tech experts on the panel. We briefly said, especially with the generative AI and the sort of even bigger shifts that are coming, we need to think more fundamentally beyond just sort of content regulation or whatever. And so my question would be, if you were to think as fundamentally as you could about the model of, and sorry, Laurie, this will be probably difficult for you, especially of the model of huge things that used to be something like a public sphere potentially being in the hands of, one person. And yes, we have, in the US at least, private media that's always been private, but there was editorial, embedded in the system. And so if we want to stick with private, what do we need with editorial, or is it even way bigger than that? So what's the biggest answer we should be either giving or at least looking for that we haven't quite gotten to here?
I'm not sure I understood the question completely.
So in terms of regulation, if we think much bigger than regulation, and we think what's wrong with the fundamental model of the Googles and the Facebooks, Metas, and the Twitters controlling most of the information space that most people are using, what's the bigger thing we need to do, especially as it's going to be harder? I think
you're in my sweet
answer.
spot.
Yeah.
So the expression, when you're a hammer, everything looks like a nail. Yeah. So I'm a hammer insofar as I've spent almost my entire career in journalism, and the answer is journalism, particularly at the local level, where it has been in the United States, and not just in the United States, destroyed, decimated, crackdowns on a free press. It is the data show that where in local communities in the US, where there is independent free press, there is greater levels of civic engagement, higher levels of voting, less polarization in those communities. And so the way to squash, look, there's no simple answer as what do we do about bad information. There are many answers to that, not singular answers, but one of the most fundamental is to make sure that there is, particularly at the local level, all over the world, good information being generated by professional journalists.
And the emphasis there is good.
Yeah, well, right, yes.
Yeah. There's a lot of bad.
Yes.
If I might jump into that.
I can only.
If I might jump into that.
But, yeah.
I think Lorraine.
Yeah.
Hi.
Oh, yeah.
Can I say something?
Yes.
It's really complicated to jump into the discussions being over here. I think it's important in this context to also go back to what science has been doing for many years, because all the question about disinformation and misinformation, it's not new. It's simply, it has a new digital dimension to a very old phenomenon. And scientists used to look at the concept of propaganda, because it has a lot to do with the idea of propaganda, what we're talking about. By looking at the capacity that people have to see dissenting opinion. And that's what it comes at for scientists to measure the degree in which disinformation penetrates a specific country. So it's not about what you are looking, because it's really normal that people surround themselves with people that feel the same, that agree on the same things, and read newspapers that cater for their own political position. That's quite normal. And the point here is, can you go at the streets and walk through the underground and see kiosks with newspapers from very different political positions? Can you hear people that have a different opinion? or do you have the impression that there's a lot of people that have the same opinion like you? That's what it comes at when we talk about disinformation. So the question about disinformation is way more complicated, and I think it's important to not fall for the myth that Twitter owns the whole public sphere, because it doesn't. Public sphere is way more complex than just Twitter. And a lot of people do not have access to Twitter. It's a very specific profile that has and uses Twitter. Also, I think it's important to think about the idea of good information is going to change people's opinions, because it's not. We've seen that during COVID times. There's a lot of people that were confronted with scientific facts, and instead of then changing their opinions, they were radicalized in their own political position. Right. Why? Because confronting people with facts sometimes show that it's not about facts, but it's about proving that you are loyal to a specific ideology and to a specific political movement.
I think that's exactly the point where you're making also with Twitter and other networks, that we've got one news feed that is kind of like monopolizing almost our attention, and we don't have this diversion probably anymore. I'm sorry that I need to cut you off a little bit, but we have only a few minutes left. I still want to give the chance to one more question from the audience, if there's one more.
I was going to just add another
Very
aspect
briefly,
of that too, is to get a variety of, don't get in information silos, get a variety of different information. So your local media, your national media, social media. Social media, no form of media should be the only way you are gathering information. That's one of the problems that we have today.
Right, because otherwise we have the problem of disinformation, professional disinformation, for example, coming from Russia. I had the sir over there in the yeah, already for quite a while.
Wow. Okay. I will answer it this way. I don't think that Twitter should have blocked that story, and for a whole bunch of reasons, which we probably don't have enough time to talk about.
Yeah. And last week, Twitter testified to that in Congress themselves.
Yeah. Okay. We had one more question over there. Yeah. Two more questions. We try a very, very brief question, please.
Well, I've been kind of surprised that this entire panel seems really anti-government, and the things that you're asking for example, having adequate funding for local newspapers. You know, the fact that all of the advertising money went to Facebook and Google that used to go into print journalism, right? That requires redistribution, that requires government. So all the things you want, we normally coordinate through government. Why do you think government is such a bad idea when I agree with you on all these things about, you know, polarization and disinformation preceding the digital era? All those kinds of things are right. But why is government a bad?
Laurie?
Did we say government?
Barbara, you were for less regulation.
First, no, what I'm saying light touch regulation. That doesn't mean you don't have, you know, if you have violations or antitrust violations, that doesn't mean you don't have prosecutions. You're not using the tools of the government when there are things that are going on wrong. Certainly, we've had newspapers without government. I mean, we don't have government.
No government in journalism.
Yeah. We don't want that.
No,
we've never had that. That's RT.
Yeah.
Right. So that's private sector, but we have had support, you know, in the private sector for it. And I think people recognize now that we want to have a diversity of information sources. And one of those, the diversity of information sources comes from platforms that allow more people to have a voice. There are a lot of online newspaper sources that have proliferated as a result of media platforms now. Some of them are paid for online services now, but also you have local. I have a local where I live, and we have McLean Patch that gives us McLean Patch news things. So when a fire happens in my neighborhood, I usually hear it from McLean Patch, even if I'm over here. So that, you know, that's online.
Laurie, you wanted to?
Oh yeah, I mean, hopefully nothing that anyone said on the panel was taken to not recognize, appreciate, and ask for really the right collaboration model between governments and the private sector and civil society. I think the point that's important to register if we can is we have really big questions that we need to work through together, and there's an opportunity cost in focusing on, one of those actors as the one that you should zero in on. So if anyone is holding on to the notion that if we can just get large tech companies under control, all of these problems go away, that's something we really want to think more deeply about, given where we are right now.
And certainly we do have situations where sometimes the government actors are also promoting disinformation themselves, right? You know who some of those characters are.
Yeah. I see many more questions. Unfortunately, I also see here the eyes of my assistant begging me to wrap this panel up in a gentle way. Thank you very much for being here and also for your interest. I'm sorry we couldn't go into all of the questions, but I think there will also be more opportunities with the other panels to discuss very similar topics here. It's trade and tax. So we already on trade, and this is going to continue here. So hopefully you can maybe bring your questions with a little different spin in there. Thank you very much also to all the panelists and for your interesting opinions. And
thank you to our moderator.
Because now we want to continue. After already exciting keynote speeches, as well as panel discussions, a little bit more on the digital side, we also now want to move to the trade side a little bit more. And patiently waiting in the waiting room for us to return from the break. Thank you so very, very much for joining us. It's Angela Ellard. Angela Ellard is the Deputy Director General of the WTO. Angela, thank you so much for joining us online, virtually today. And as automatically I start looking at the screen to see your face, but I know that I should be looking at the camera so that we actually see each other. Here in Germany, in Berlin, there has been a lot of discussions and talks about the WTO. Its importance for a multilateral free trading system, its importance to keep power politics in check in comparison to a rule-based, fair system. But there has also been a lot of talk about the problems of the WTO, the reform necessity, the stallments. And unfortunately, in the few last months, also in the business community, I've heard more and more voices asking, do we really still need the WTO? Should we not also go with rules of origin, local content, and subsidies? And I always say, no, we definitely need the WTO. It is such a vital institution and organization, and that's why I'm also personally really, really glad that you took the time for joining us today to tell us more about trade and tech. And you are really an expert on this. You're an American who has worked on trade issues for many, many years as the top trade person in US Congress. From the Congress side, you helped to assist in negotiations of many trade deals. And now you are one of the top women at the top of the WTO, the World Trade Organization. And with this, I want to give you the floor to tell us a little bit more about the world of trade and technology and where we currently stand. Thank you so much for joining us today. And a big applause, yes.
Well, thank you. Thank you for such a generous introduction, Stormy, and as well for the kind words that you said about the WTO and its value today. Thanks also to the Aspen Institute Germany for inviting me to speak at this important conference representing stakeholders across the spectrum. It's a pleasure to be with all of you today, although virtually. Trade and technology are closely interlinked. From the invention of the earliest sailing ships to steam engines, railways, and steamboats, to the advent of containerization, ever more sophisticated logistics, and the demand for climate-friendly transportation, technology has always played a vital role in shaping the way we live and trade. This trend is accelerating like never before. We're living in an era of unprecedented technological change, experiencing and shaping innovations that could have a major impact on how we trade, who trades, and what is traded. Technological developments can unlock new opportunities for businesses and individuals around the world. To realize this potential, we need to understand how to harness new technologies to make sure that they translate into job creation, economic growth, and helping to deliver sustainable development goals in line with the WTO's stated mission to improve living standards. There's no doubt that the future of trade is inextricably linked to digital technologies. According to WTO estimates, global exports of digitally delivered services have more than tripled since 2005. Between 2005 and 2019, the average annual growth rate of digitally delivered services reached 7.3%. By contrast, other service exports grew only by 5.6% and goods by 4.7%. During the pandemic, exports of digitally delivered services further increased by 14% year on year, and e-commerce sales soared. The current framework regulating trade in services and technology at the WTO was put in place in 1995, generations ago in technology terms. WTO members are working to improve the existing tools and develop new ones to reflect the changing nature of trade. Let me elaborate on some of that work. First, at our 12th Ministerial Conference last June, MC12, WTO members agreed by consensus to extend the long-standing moratorium on customs duties on electronic transmissions until our next ministerial conference in 1 year. This outcome was fundamental to preserving a trade policy environment that is supportive of e-commerce and is of tremendous importance for many businesses. But because this moratorium is set to expire in a year, discussions will continue in the coming months to address the gap between developed and many developing countries on the one hand, and some developing countries on the other, who see the moratorium as detrimental to raising revenue and addressing the digital divide in e-commerce. At MC12, ministers also agreed to reinvigorate work under the Work Program on Electronic Commerce, a long-standing effort aiming to address all trade-related issues relating to global e-commerce. This work includes development-related issues, such as digital divide in terms of digital infrastructure, connectivity, and capacity building. Second, there's a lot of attention these days on the plurilateral joint initiative on e-commerce. 87 WTO members, including many developing countries, participate in this initiative to develop baseline rules to govern the global digital economy. In particular, members seek common disciplines to facilitate remote transactions and strengthen trust in digital markets while helping to tackle digital trade barriers. Members are aiming to conclude these negotiations by the end of the year. It's significant that developed country members participating in the initiative recognize the importance of inclusion and the barriers faced by developing and least developed countries seeking to benefit from the digital economy. In this regard, the e-commerce capacity building framework, launched by Australia, Japan, Singapore, and Switzerland, is a key step to strengthen digital inclusion and to help harness the opportunities of digital trade. The framework will offer a wide range of technical assistance, training, and capacity building to support countries' participation in the e-commerce negotiations. In addition to these initiatives, discussions of technology-related issues take place in various specialized committees. For example, members have been increasingly notifying the WTO's Committee on Technical Barriers to Trade about their measures affecting digital trade, e-commerce, and cybersecurity. The level of interest in these topics is so high that the committee will hold thematic sessions on current challenges and best practices in these areas. Finally, there's been a push on behalf of some industry associations to further expand the coverage of the WTO Information Technology Agreement, the ITA, which has 82 participants, representing about 97% of world trade in IT products. During the pandemic, dozens of products covered under the ITA-2, such as pulse oximeters, played a key role in saving lives. Furthermore, access to IT products and information and telecommunications infrastructure is paramount for small businesses' engagement in e-commerce. Last year, we held an information and dialogue session with IT industry representatives during our annual public forum, and our members appreciated the firsthand information from industry representatives. I encourage you, those of you for whom this subject is important, to participate in similar events in the future. My next point is that access to technology is crucial to reducing the cost of climate change mitigation, speeding up the low carbon transition, and creating green jobs. And the WTO has an important role to play in this regard. Trade is often seen as a contributor to climate change through emissions caused by the production and transportation of goods. But this view is incomplete because international trade and the WTO, as the guardian of multilateral trade rules, can help achieve climate goals by enhancing adaptation and mitigation efforts. To transition to a low-carbon economy, countries need affordable access to advanced technologies. And open trade plays a critical role in providing such access. Lowering barriers to trade in environmental goods and services would help facilitate transfer and deployment of climate change mitigation and adaptation technologies. Wind turbines, solar panels, heat pumps, and biogas stoves need to move across borders as freely as possible if we want to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees. The average tariff on environmental goods is already relatively low, particularly in developed economies. But some environmental goods are still subject to high tariffs in some countries, and non-tariff barriers are prevalent as well. Our analysis suggests that eliminating tariffs and reducing non-tariff measures on some energy-related environmental goods and environmentally preferable products could increase global exports in these products by $109 billion US, or 5%, and $10.3 billion, 14%, respectively, by 2030. This boost in the use of climate-friendly technologies could lead to a reduction of net carbon emissions by 0.6%. It's significant. By the same token, installation and operation of clean technology is often complex and requires specific user skills that can be difficult to source domestically. So, removing barriers on environmental services, such as environmental consulting and engineering, can also help reduce costs of projects that lower emissions. And such access is particularly important for developing countries. Think about it. 13% of the world's population doesn't have access to a stable electricity supply. Households that are off-grid now can benefit from access to electricity through solar power, and the environment benefits because this energy is renewable. Free movement of environmental goods and services will also result in economic diversification and job creation, particularly in services. For example, the rooftop installation cost of photovoltaic modules accounts for approximately 60% of the total cost. A growing number of jobs, especially in Africa, are being created in off-grid decentralized renewables, which also boosts employment in other sectors, such as agro-processing, healthcare, communications, and local commerce. With its broad membership, which includes countries with different political systems and levels of development, the WTO offers a unique forum for discussions on reductions of barriers to environmental goods and services. The WTO can also help countries mobilize support and build trade-related capacities for adaptation. For example, the WTO surveys the evolving technology needs and priorities of least developed countries and supports them by monitoring developed countries' programs for transferring relevant technologies to least developed countries in line with their obligations under the WTO TRIPS agreement on intellectual property. Climate change adaptation, including disaster prevention and water management, was an important element in 25% of the 152 environmental technology transfer programs reported by developed members to the WTO between 2018 and 2020. Furthermore, our Aid for Trade initiative, which is increasingly about investment for trade, can and should help developing and least developed countries build climate-friendly, critical trade infrastructure. In 2020, disbursements with a climate objective represented 31% of total aid for trade. My last point is that technology is also at the heart of many trade tensions today, as Stormy was saying earlier. In 1989, the former U.S. Secretary of Defense, Harold Brown, wrote a paper on U.S.-Japan technological competition, which was aptly titled, "High Tech is Foreign Policy." This is the case again today. For many countries, technology is at the heart of foreign policy, national security, economic policy, and geopolitical tensions. Let me give just one example. In the last couple of years, we've witnessed attempts to onshore, nearshore, or friendshore supply chains for sensitive technology. As governments and business seek resiliency in supply chains, we can all certainly understand, at least to a degree, the trend to do business only with friends and neighbors, given global uncertainties, even if it increased costs a little or even a lot. But the consequences of taking this too far will be counterproductive, less resilience, more vulnerabilities, and greater exposure to shocks. This is especially true given increasingly frequent and more intense natural and man-made disasters, such as extreme weather events and climate change, armed conflicts, and pandemics. Not one single country or even a few countries can produce everything or even most things domestically. The key to supply chain resilience is therefore more international cooperation and more diverse supply chains. Moreover, consider other unintended consequences of isolationism. Our preliminary research at the WTO shows that decoupling of the global economy into two blocks would slash long-term global real GDP levels by about 5%. And that's a conservative estimate, not taking into account the unquantifiable economic, social, and political consequences of having two systems of rules and standards regarding issues such as sustainability, labor, and the rule of law. Now, more than ever, the pull toward globalization cannot and should not be ignored, despite pressures to become more isolationist and self-sufficient to a fault. The high cost of fragmentation shows that we need more strategic multilateralism and less unilateralism or tactical bilateralism. That's the thought I would like to leave you with today. Thank you for your attention. I look forward to your questions and comments.
Thank you so very much. More strategic multilateralism. I really, really like this. Thank you so much for your insights. I would love to monopolize this discussion, but I'm not. I will take immediately questions from the audience, because this is our one chance we have with you, and I hope you give us another 5 minutes.
Of course.
So, thank you so much. Claudia, please. Claudia Schmucker from the DGAP.
Thank you so much. I think you made a wonderful case of why we need the WTO as a guardian of rules-based trade. But we do know that this is no longer really the case. We have a geoeconomic environment where large member states of the WTO, like China, like the United States, put their rivalry into the organization, hampering progress in many of the issues. So you were advocating for an environmental goods agreement. In my view, the only way to proceed is through pull-laterals, but we also have other member states who say that this is not how the system should work, like India or South Africa. So how do you see progress in the WTO on these critical issues, like environmental goods? Because I believe that the rivalry has the danger of hampering any progress. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Maybe I take one more on board, and just for our technical support, we have a little bit of an echo. I don't know if you heard that, but if we could get rid of that, it would be great. Yeah, we still have it. Melanie, Melanie, I don't know if you wanted to also comment.
Also from my side, gives us many good arguments for our Oxford-style debate on multilateralism and diversification that will follow. My question is similar to Claudia's question. I was wondering how can we convince critical countries of WTO reform? There are many countries that do not believe in the importance and the value of the WTO anymore as much as we do, maybe. Stormy mentioned it in the beginning. So how can we convince countries like the United States to work with the European Union, work with others on the multilateral level to reach reform success?
And do I see, and yes, please, and one more. And could I ask you to stand up and then turn around a little bit to look into the camera, so that, actually that camera over there, otherwise, wonderful, thank you.
From the German Energy Industry Association. Thank you for your presentation. I would like to ask a question which is a little bit in the same vein as my previous two colleagues. An organization, a global organization like the WTO can only function, and we all acknowledge the value of its comprehensive rules, if its rules can be enforced. So currently we have a lack of enforcement at the WTO because some of its main organs do not function. I would like to refer namely to the appellate body, which is basically vacant because of deliberate political decisions to hamstring it. So how do you see the future of a global organization that we all need that is not capable of enforcing its own rules? Thank you.
Thank you so very much. 3 really important questions. And with this, I hand back to you.
Well, thank you for those terrific questions. And I think they really hit at the nub of the debate about the value of multilateralism. So let me try to answer them perhaps in a bit of a combined way. It is true that we have much rivalry among our members on a variety of fronts. At the same time, at our ministerial conference back in June, MC12, we had some tremendous successes. And this was at a time of war, pandemic, and a food crisis, and increasing climate crisis as well. So it's perhaps because of these issues, because of these conflicts, that members have realized the value of the WTO. At least that's my opinion, because right before our ministerial conference, I think many were saying the WTO is dead. The kind ones were saying we're just on life support. But the message was clear that multilateralism was heading nowhere. We started our meeting in June hoping for 1 or 2 successes, and instead we got 6, including a binding, enforceable agreement on fisheries subsidies. And of course, as you all know, we reach agreements here at the WTO by consensus. That means 164 members have to agree, or at least agree not to disagree. And we were able to achieve that, for example, with respect to fisheries subsidies. The first in multilateral agreement with environmental sustainability at its core. So this is a significant development, and I think is grounds for optimism. Now, there still is, I think, a sense among members. Some want to go in one direction, some want to go in another direction. There isn't a meeting of the minds, for example, on the next steps we should take concerning reform. And this crosses many lines. In other words, we have developed countries who disagree with other developed countries in some contexts. We have market economies versus non-market economies. We have developed countries versus developing countries. In some instances, we even have developing countries who have views that are different than other developing countries. We're seeing this, for example, with respect to e-commerce. So we have initiatives within the WTO that are more plurilateral, with the goal someday of having them become multilateralized. And in fact, recall that the Information Technology Agreement began as a plurilateral initiative. So plurilateralism and multilateralism can most definitely coexist. And, there are some members who would disagree with that within the WTO. But I think it's very clear that they can coexist. With respect to enforcement, I agree that enforcement is absolutely essential to making sure that our rules have meaning. They hold members accountable, and that's why enforcement is so significant. As a result, we really need to reform our dispute settlement function here at the WTO. And our members at MC12 agreed on the need to have a fully functioning dispute settlement system accessible to all by 2024. So that's what we're focused on right now. There are efforts, discussions that have been underway. We're hoping that these strengthen and that we see concrete proposals and ideas that will be circulated among members so that we can reach this goal. In the meantime, though, I would note that dispute settlement is actually functioning. Some cases, some 30 cases, are stuck because they've been appealed into the void in the absence of an appellate body. But still, members are bringing cases. In fact, last month, there were 2 new cases that were brought. And members have found ways of resolving disputes in the absence of an appellate body. So there is still a very well-functioning dispute settlement mechanism, something that we need to improve. However, I don't want to say that it's perfect by any means. It is absolutely a priority here to improve the dispute settlement system to make it accessible to all and to make sure that it's functioning properly. So we need to make progress on this. There's no doubt about it. But I would say overall that the WTO and institutions like us multilaterally are especially needed in times like these, when the existing global international order is under threat and the temptation for unilateral action is high. And I think just 6 months ago, our members proved that they still believe that.
Thank you very, very, very much, Angela, for these very insightful thoughts. What I sometimes think is that the WTO needs good public ambassadors who go out there and explain what the WTO does, why it is so important, and also talk about the success stories and not just the failures or the problems. And you're a wonderful ambassador for the WTO, and thank you so much for being here today. And I hope next time you're going to join us physically here in Berlin. We love to talk about the WTO and its future, so hope to see you here soon. Thank you so much. And a big applause for Angela.
Thank you.
All right, we are almost in time, and I'm looking for my next panelists, if they are already here, and also have their mics on. And there they come. Give them a big round of applause. Hey, it almost feels like the Berlinale already, huh? Like my star guests coming up the stage, which we still have to put up, actually. So we still have to do a little bit of moving around.
Okay.
Yeah, we could sit on the floor, but I'm not so sure if also our technical support would enjoy that very much.
Wohin?
It's free seating. I'm going to go over there because we, again, have one of our speakers joining us digitally. And if I may, I would also ask Woodward to come up. But it looked like you still had to do some negotiations with Mexico to fix the agreement and on the way to, no?
All well.
Oh, wow, good. Come on up. Please take a seat. Water is also coming. And let me welcome our panel. It's a great pleasure to now go a little bit more deeply into the TTC issues, the Trade and Technology Council issues, and where we currently stand on trade and tech issues. And for this, I'm really happy that we have Mr. TTC with us, Rupert Schlegelmilch, just coming right out of Brussels, and you are on your way to
Mexico.
Mexico. That's what I said. You are at the same time. That's what I call multitasking, negotiating with Mexico while being here at our Aspen, Germany Trade and Tech Conference. Thank you so much for joining us. And this is also one of the reasons why we have to end on time, because Rupert needs to catch his flight to Mexico. Otherwise, we would be in trouble, without one of our chief negotiators. I'm also really happy that Tobias Lindner, Minister of State at the Federal Foreign Office, has joined us. You are also really busy this week because of the Munich Security Conference, but not just that, but because there's so much going on also with regard to assisting, helping Ukraine, weapon deliveries, financial support, the discussions of the new future peace order for Europe, the transatlantic partnership, and so many more issues you have to deal with in the background on the way to the MSC and after. And also joining us digitally or virtually, which I'm really happy that you were able to join us, is David Weiner. He is Deputy Assistant U.S. Trade Representative for Europe at the USTR, the Office of the U.S. Trade Representative. And you are I would say the US Mr. TTC on the other side of the, of the Atlantic. And let me start with a very brief question. If you were to tell somebody who has never heard about the TTC, how would you explain the TTC very, very shortly and very persuasively, Rupert?
Well, thank you, Stormy. I would, for the non-initiated, the non-trade nerds, I would say the TTC is an attempt to live up to what Angela just told us, that technology, digital, and trade are no longer living in silos. So if you want to have an effective trade policy, you have to know what your tech people are doing, be it facilitating trade, being making sure that trade does not get in the way, that trade barriers don't get in the way. And you also have to see that tech and security will impact trade, because it's all very well to talk about trade facilitation and more trade. And by the way, the EU-US trade is doing very well. I want to say that up front. Despite all the issues you might hear, it's doing very well. But you also have to be sure that you know what's happened on the security side, because on the security side, there are export controls, there is investment screening and things like that. So the TTC is an attempt to have a full conversation with the United States, between the United States and Europe, to address these issues in a holistic way.
David, the TTC in 3 words or 5.
maybe a few more than 5. And I should clarify. First of all, thank you for letting me join you virtually. And I regret that neither I nor colleagues from USTR could join you in person here today. I know that would be much easier in terms of having a constructive conversation. But so thank you for letting us do this remotely. And I'm pleased also to be joined on this panel by Rupert Schlegelmilch, who's a longtime colleague of ours and friend of ours from the European Commission, and good to meet Dr. Lindner as well. I really couldn't modify anything that Rupert said about the TTC and what it is. I would add I agree entirely with his characterization of it. I would probably add just a couple of other more practical things, which is that from the perspective of the Biden administration, the TTC is really now the mechanism through which we are driving our cooperation on a wide range of issues. All of them touch on trade and technology, of course. That's obvious from the title of the initiative, but I think it's important to understand that the TTC has become the mechanism through which we are seeking to collaborate on a wide range of an extraordinarily wide range of issues. And I think a key premise of the TTC, this is really my opinion, it's not stated anywhere in US government documents about the initiative, but I think a key premise of the TTC, with which I think Rupert and Dr. Lindner would agree, is that there's an extraordinary alignment in US values and US and EU values and perspectives on how to manage our economies, how the global system should be managed, and we're seeking and that alignment in our values gives us an opportunity to collaborate more closely than we already do on a range of these this extremely wide range of technology and trade issues.
Thank you so much. And Tobias, what is that thing to you, that animal?
So my quick answer would be, Europe and the US, they are sharing the same challenges. Rupert named a few of those, be it the climate crisis, be it critical rare materials, the resilience of supply chains, and so on and so forth. And I think that the main purpose of the TTC is not to give the same answers at every point to the same to at least similar challenges, but to have the same framework and the same preconditions and the same level playing field, so that this competition and this collaboration meeting those challenges does lead to a race to the top and not to a race to the bottom, and not to a case where protectionism is back.
No, thank you so much. Rupert, you just said, despite what everybody is saying, the TTC is doing really well. What makes you say, despite what everybody is saying, it's doing really well? I mean, you seem to be a little bit in the defensive, no?
No, I mean, there have been questions on deliverables because everybody wants tangible outcomes. You want a regulation to be changed or aligned on both sides of the Atlantic. And that's what our trade people look for. Or you want to have full congruence on digital single market acts from the United States, COSECTIV, etc. I think that's why sometimes we also have to explain all of this starts with very complex discussions, and we have a lot of very, very deep discussions on artificial intelligence. You just don't regulate like this and align rules, risk assessments, etc. on both sides of the Atlantic. So part of the output is not that visible, and this is what we sometimes have to explain. The other point that I mentioned is, of course, we still have our differences, and one of them was the elephant in the room at the last CTC meeting. Not the elephant in the room, but actually we talked a lot about the Inflation Reduction Act and how to turn our cooperation in the Tech Council into helping the green transition along, trying also to look at some of the things we don't like there, but making it a positive forum to look at the green transition, to work on climate change. And for those who don't know the details, we work on carbon measurement in work group 2, electric vehicle standard in working group 1, all the issues which are relevant for investment and export controls, which are linked to these issues. There are many issues which are linked to the question of the green transition or having a more effective investment in climate, which are discussed. And we need to harness that in order to also work on our differences.
Tobias, the elephant in the room, what bugged us about that elephant so much, the Inflation Reduction Act? Why weren't we celebrating that the United States has finally passed a huge climate and energy bill?
Yeah, you know, about this elephant, the issue is not at which goal the elephant is moving, but it's about the way how he is moving. So meaning that, you know, I'm a green politician and I clearly appreciate the goals of the IRA, having a green transition of the industry, boosting electric vehicles, for instance, really fighting the climate crisis. These are really goals that I appreciate and that I share. At the same time, we have to take into account that the way how the IRA is designed is a threat to transatlantic trade relations, for sure. I think there is no reason why the European Union should be treated worse in comparison to Canada or, for instance, to Mexico. So long story short, we have to stay in touch with our American friends and partners about the implementation of the IRA and how the European Union is treated in regard to, especially to Canada and to Mexico.
Thank you so much. Before I hand over to David, is that something which the Commission shares, what Tobias has just said?
Well, we have made clear that we have certain issues with the IRA because of the unprecedented amount of subsidies, which lead to obviously drawing investment away from Europe, could lead, and the discrimination. The world trading system is based on non-discrimination. But we also have to be pragmatic. We now have to see what to do. This law will not be changed overnight, that's for sure. So we're now trying to see what we can do because we want to cooperate. On these big themes like the green transition, we need to cooperate, and we will cooperate. We have to just make sure that we don't get into each other's hairs too much when we do so.
David, what do you think when you hear this on one side praise for the act, but on the other side also this a little bit more critical view? And tell us also a little bit about how the TDC or this newly created committee on the IRA is trying to solve that problem.
Well, of course, the praise for the IRA is appreciated on our side. The recognition that the IRA makes a number of very important departures for the United States, historic action on climate, and we appreciate that has been recognized and noted by a number of senior officials on the EU side. And I think, but at the same time, I think we do understand some of the concerns that have been raised by our EU friends. The White House took those concerns very seriously and established pretty quickly a significant task force to which you've just alluded, which is addressing the EU's concerns on the IRA. Rupert is one of the main people involved in that task force and engaging with that task force on the EU side, and I can tell you all that he's doing a very good job of bringing to us concerns at a very technical level. And I think, and I hope Rupert would agree, I think there's been good engagement through this task force in addressing the concerns that have been raised. You saw, or many people in the audience will be aware that at the end of 2022, just in the last week of the year, the Treasury Department issued some new guidance on how it will be implementing the IRA. The Treasury Department has the lead for the implementation of the IRA in the U.S. government, not my agency, the Office of the U.S. Trade Representative, although we're actively involved in the task force discussions. And Treasury clarified some of the provisions that relate to the eligibility for tax credits for electric vehicles, which will expand, we think, the scope of vehicles or the scope of exporters whose vehicles, exporters to the United States of vehicles the vehicles that will be subject or eligible for the consumer tax credit. Treasury also indicated that it is looking at some additional provisions in the IRA and hopes to have some clarifications on how those will be implemented in March. So I think that those clarifications and the work that we've been doing with the EU and the task force reflect a really good faith effort by the administration to try to address where possible, consistent with the words of the legislation, EU concerns.
One thing which we learned throughout the COVID pandemic, but also painfully after Russia attacked Ukraine, is that on one hand side, trade is really important for growth, for jobs, for innovation, for our well-being, but it can also become a vulnerability if we are too dependent on individual suppliers, but also on individual buyers and markets. And so on both sides of the Atlantic, we are trying to reduce vulnerabilities by de-risking or decoupling, but by also producing more at home and bringing back some production to our own market. And so there's a lot of talk about smart industrial policy. And that's something I would like to briefly discuss with you. What smart industrial policy could be is supporting production at home while also preventing a subsidy race and hurting each other. Just a few days ago, I heard that supporting big semiconductor companies is like a big a big money transfer from the general public to those companies. And sometimes money is also burned, but you have to do it to stay ahead in the tech competition. And so, Tobias, easy question. What would be a smart industrial policy strategy without hurting international trade?
So first of all, we are in a situation where we are missing a comprehensive trade agreement from the European Union with the US. We can talk, I think, the whole evening about what happened to TTIP and all those things, but we have to accept that's the status quo, and it would take a long time, and honestly too long if you see the current challenges until such an agreement one day is set up and ratified. But there is a risk, and at the same time there is a chance that we establish when we are talking about electric vehicles, for instance, batteries, smart technologies, AI, that we are coming to the same standards, or at least to standards which are mutual acceptable in the end. So that would be the first step. Avoid protectionist measures, try to have common standards, try to make trade on those solutions easier. Second, we need to share information about the assessment of our own companies, which are really critical supply chains. Where is resilience of our supply chains in danger? What are key technologies where we should be able to at least produce some things or some shares of that at home? And last but not least, I think that's the most important point also regarding the development of our own China strategy as German government, it's not about a decoupling, but it's about the identification of critical one-sided dependencies and at the same time about diversification. Every good company on this planet, every large company diversifies its supply chains and has maybe 2 or 3 suppliers for the same critical product or part in its product. We have to do the same as economies, as common markets, and share information and our strategies on that.
Thank you so much. David, if I may hand over to you.
Well, I'll have to clarify that I don't have any real expertise on industrial policy. It's not what I focus on at our agency, but I think I would certainly accept the premise of your question, Stormy. The idea that the observation that there is a lot of discussion about new industrial policies in this era. I don't know whether as a factual matter, the United States government refers to some of the things that we've been doing in relation to chips or in the infrastructure legislation or in the IRA as industrial policy, but you certainly see a desire in the United States to look at ways to make our supply chains more resilient, more diverse. And at USTR, there's a very significant, at our agency, at USTR, there's a very significant focus on seeing how we can use trade policy to support those goals, to support the increased resilience of supply chains, to support, of course, the ability of U.S. manufacturing to make the transition, make digital, both a digital and a clean and a green transition. We're very much focused at USTR in seeing how we can use trade policies to support those goals. And I think we see the TTC as a potentially valuable tool in that regard. In addition to the export controls working group, which was already mentioned, and the trade challenges working group, on which we at USTR spend a significant amount of time. There's also a working group in the TTC on supply chains. They've talked about semiconductors in that working group and cooperating on transparency and semiconductor support, because of course the EU is also has its own CHIPS Act, and it's an area where we potentially could coordinate to avoid the subsidies race that you mentioned, Stormy. So I would just say I can't really comment on the pros and cons of industrial policy in any detail, but I can tell you that looking for ways to make our trade policy and the US-EU trade relationship a tool for making our US and EU supply chains and industries more safe and secure and diversified is a goal of the United States.
Same for the EU?
Yeah, I would even go one step further than David and say it not only supports, a smart industrial policy includes trade policy as one of the tools. Because you can be as smart as you want if you don't have access to the raw materials, and if you don't have components from where you need them, you will never be self-sufficient and just do it on your own. That's not the reality of economics, and also I think that's not something desirable. So you have to factor in the contribution of trade to make sure that the de-risking that we all, and the diversification is basically having, and this is actually what also the Commission is saying in its response on the Green Deal, Industrial Green Deal, trade policy is one of the pillars of this industrial policy, which makes sure that what we want to do internally happens, because you need the external dimension. So absolutely part of the strategy, and that means getting on with smart liberalization if you want. It's not necessarily tariffs with the United States, but it's certainly the regulatory discussions on supply chain management, the third country, what can we do to secure sources against the competition in the world in third countries and so on. All of that is part of that new smart trade policy, smart industrial policy.
Mm-hmm. And Tobias, and everything has to do also with security and a changing geopolitical environment in which we are living. And there's the elephant IRA, but there's a much bigger one, right? Which is over in Asia, China. And it seems like that all the discussions we are having also, looking from the outside to the TTC, it seems to be also a lot about China and how we deal with China and technology and trade with regard to values and so on. Is that right, Tobias?
I think that's right. You know, I'm sitting very relaxed here because the German government is now 14 months or something in office. But let me make clear, we are coming from a time at which, for many years, especially from a German perspective, it seemed that especially with regard to China, that you can separate your economic relations, your economic ties from the other political issues. And honestly, that's not true. We have learned our lessons from Russia, how our critical one-sided dependencies, be it on gas, coal or oil, how critical they are. That means we need to learn our lessons with regard to China, with regard to critical one-sided dependencies. And if you mentioned the TTC, that's one reason why the German government is drafting a China strategy. We are doing that for our industry, for our companies, to clarify, okay, in which fields is competition possible, in which issues is even partnership, be it fighting the climate crisis, possible. But we are also drafting this strategy not only for our domestic economy, but also for our partners and allies in the European Union, but also in the United States, to clarify, okay, what's our position? Where do we have common goals? Where do we have identical positions? Where can we develop similar strategies how to deal with? And last but not least, we are also drafting it, honestly, for the government in Beijing, because we need to also to clarify what defines a systemic rivalry with the People's Republic of China, at which issues are we at different sides and have different opinions and ideas how this world should evolve, and which are the fields under this umbrella of the systemic rivalry in which partnership and cooperation is still possible.
Oh, Tobias, you just gave me a, whatever that is in English, Steilvorlage.
Sorry about that.
No, for a follow-up question. Drafting a China strategy is probably not the easiest thing. And there was some controversy around our chancellor going to China. There were some, clear comments from your boss with regard to that trip. Could you tell us a little bit about where the China strategy is going?
We are in the drafting process, and we are in the interagency process at the moment. As you all know, we are at the final stages of our national security strategy, a strategy that's the first strategy of Germany really coping with security. We call it in a holistic, in an integrated way, dealing with security from a military perspective, as well as from an economic and a domestic, as well as from environmental perspective. And that strategy, I think it will be published during the next weeks. And after that strategy, which is a major strategic document, the China strategy as one part will follow. So you can expect it, I would say, during the middle of the year, something around that. And it will have concrete measures and concrete ideas how we are dealing with those challenges.
Well, thank you so much for the cliffhanger. We hang in there for the China strategy. Rupert, is this, or what we sometimes hear is that there is no unified European China strategy yet, and that there are differences between EU member states. Is that still correct, or is it because of the big challenges now a pretty big convergence?
Well, first of all, there is an EU-China strategy. It might be 2 or 3 years old, but it does actually take up some of the themes we hear here. We define, China can be a rival, can be a partner, and can be an adversary. So there's the trilogue, if you wish, of issues there. And of course, some issues we have to work together, and others we are seeing real differences. And this is why, by the way, the trade people have come up with this anti-coercion instrument. I'm not sure you heard about that, but it's actually something to counter some of the coercion practices where trade is weaponized. We don't want to wait to go to the WTO and find out 3 years later that we won a case. So we actually see that rivalry also in our part of the world. So I would think that overall, if you wish, the honeymoon with China is probably over for all of the European member states. The fact that we have challenges there which are not only commercial, but that we have to have a closer look at some of the consequences of the engagement, I think that's shared in the EU. And then, of course, when you then go out and find ways, what do you do about it with policy tools? When you talk about export controls, possible investment, the new thing is now, do we need outward investment controls, things like that? Then you might see different opinions depending where your interests are. But I would not talk about it, Europe, which is not clear in its vision and is trying to face the new, if you wish, realities, where there's a much more assertive stance also in trade policy, using trade policy from the Chinese government.
No, thank you, Rupert, for reminding us that words matter. There is a strategy, but there might be sometimes little differences in the policies afterwards. David, the EU and also Germany has come a long way with regard to China if you compare it to 4 years ago or five years ago. Are you happy, or would you like to see even more?
Well, no, I think we have observed on the U.S. side an evolution in EU thinking about China and EU's EU posture on China. There's, of course, the EU has a challenge which we don't quite face in the U.S. side because of the structural differences. The EU needs to find its way to consensus on difficult issues like this when there are as many as 27 different views on how to proceed. And so I'm an admirer of the EU, and I think it's pretty extraordinary how effectively the EU is. Although we are often frustrated, we on the US side are often frustrated with aspects of EU policy in various areas. I think it's important to recognize the extraordinary degree to which the EU is able to come to consensus on very difficult and challenging issues like this. And I think what we've seen in the last several years is that the United States and the EU are very, very closely aligned in terms of our assessment of the challenges posed by China, and in particular the challenges that we focus on most at the Office of the U.S. Trade Representative, and I suppose in the European Commission Trade Directorate, are China's non-market policies and practices. Of course, China pursues some other policies which are of concern to us, and especially or even more greater concern to other parts of our respective governments. But I think we see, as I said, a pretty strong alignment in our assessment of the challenges, and increasing alignment in some of the ideas we have for responding to those challenges. We don't always agree precisely on which tools to use and when to use them, but we have seen the EU, and Rupert just mentioned one, the anti-coercion instrument. We've seen the EU developing for itself a number of tools which could be used to respond in a pretty effective way to Chinese policies and practices that concern the EU and us as well. So we're pleased by that, and I think that has made it possible for us to cooperate more closely, both within the TTC in several of the working groups on China-related concerns, but also outside of the TTC. There's a number of ways in which we engage with each other, the US and the EU, on shared concerns with China that are outside of the TTC.
Thank you so very much. Before I open up for questions, Rupert, could you just briefly explain what that anti-coercion instrument is and if it's already used?
Well, it's not yet adopted, so I think the idea is very clear that if we see that there is an economic measure which is basically coercive, and you probably know the examples out there, and they were mainly, I have to say, used by the Chinese governments against countries like Lithuania, for example, where we took a case in the WTO, that we can actually respond with countermeasures quickly without having to go through what is normally the legal avenue to solve a conflict, which is purely a trade conflict where you have the WTO. So it's exactly the nexus, and I want to come back to the TTC from time to time. It's exactly the nexus between the security policies and the trade policy that we see developing that we want to address, and which are also part of the TTC discussion. The TTC is not an anti-China or anything tool, but if you look around you, you just need to talk about coercion. You need to talk about non-market economy practices because they influence the marketplace, and you have to deal with them in many sectors. We have seen this. So this is why this is one part of the toolbox that we are developing to be more responsive to some of these challenges. And we are very happy to work with the United States, who is a like-minded partner. Tobias said that. It's very important to never forget. When we fret about things in the United States, we have much bigger problems in the world when it comes to trade policy. Also on the question of subsidies, which of course have been going on, and we've been arguing and discussing a little bit for a long time for the need for more international rules on subsidies, because nobody was aware of this sustained effort of a state government to subsidize its economy. End of parenthesis. So that's what the anti-coercion element is about, and what the TTC is partly about as well.
No, thank you so much. I asked because not all of our audience might know what the anti-coercion instrument is, and I think it's a pretty big step forward for the EU to do do something like this. So please, questions from the audience. And just as a reminder, it would be great if you then stand up and also say your name and then also look into the camera. So please, in the way back, I hardly can see you, but please. And the mic is coming. It's right over there. Yeah, very good.
Moritz Lüttgerath from Berlin Global Advisors. Thank you very much for this panel so far. I'd have two questions, if you will allow. The first one, as you will be aware, obviously there have been bilateral talks between the United States and the Netherlands to align export control measures when it comes to inputs for advanced semiconductors, which might be exported to China or might not. And I'd be curious whether, to what degree the EU has been engaged in those negotiations, or whether those were treated as a bilateral matter, and to what degree there is an effort to elevate them to the TTC level discussions as well. And secondly, following up on the Council conclusions from last week at the European Council, I'd be curious to what degree there is an effort to shift forward some of the financing plans as part of Next Generation EU to sort of meet the subsidy plans the IRA has sort of mobilized on the United States. So whether there will be a shift in emissions calendars and spending on the EU side as part of Next Gen. Thank you.
Wow, big questions. There's another question in the back, and the mic is coming. And then I come up here. No? No.
Hi, thanks so much. I'm Sarah Jackson with E3G. It's a climate change think tank, so my question is in regard to climate. I already appreciate the discussion of the IRA, but I think one of the things missing from the discussion so far around the IRA and industrial policy has been, what does an EU-US subsidy race mean for third countries? So I'd be really curious to hear from both sides of the Atlantic, what is the US-EU view on how does industrial policy impact third countries and the international impact and the clean transition globally? Thanks.
Thank you very much. And yeah, please, here in the second row.
Thank you very much. My name is Wolfgang Kleinwächter. I'm a retired professor from the University of Aarhus. We had in the previous panels the discussion on regulation. So you have a special working group on AI, and the US has drafted a framework for a Bill of AI rights. The European Union is drafting its own AI package. How you use the TTC to harmonize the regulatory approach, because if you compare the two drafts, there are a lot of differences, and is the TTC a vehicle to harmonize this? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Since Rupert, you have to leave really on 10 past sharp, I want to hand back the floor to you first.
Well, I don't have all the answers. Let's be clear, but, I mean, on this first question about this very well publicized case about export controls, I have to be very careful, because this is really a national security issue for one of our member states, but it affects, I can say as much, it affects the European Union, because the products which are exported as part of this bigger package of machinery come from all over the EU. And we have an export control dialogue in the TTC, which works fantastically on Russia. Let's be very clear, we have done a lot of alignment. We have not seen unilateral extraterritorial action, meaning actions which affect other parts of the universe by unilateral measures. We still have some work to do on working better together on some of the other cases. That's very clear. But there is a dialogue ongoing between all concerned. That's also clear. So here, I think this is one of the things that TTC has really brought forward. We are much further than we were on this whole question of export controls. There's a lot more dialogue going on shared risk assessment and so on. But in the end, measures are still taken. Sometimes, they're taken, full stop. So I'll stop here, and I think, we're trying to, as always, make all of this more coherent. On the other question on Repower EU and whether we front-load some of the financing, obviously that's under discussion. I'm not the expert on this. I have to be very, very clear. I can't really say much on that, except that we are trying At the same time, be more effective internally, which is obviously the whole idea, because we also know that our system can be slow, can be bureaucratic. You have member states, local authorities, the commission, everywhere else, and it takes some time to get money rolling, money out of the door. The US system is much easier, and we have to maybe also learn a lesson once in a while on how to help our nascent industry. So I'll stop here. Then on the last question, which I still remember, was the question on artificial intelligence. We are doing something which we call the roadmap on AI, which is the main piece of the AI work under the TTC, where we are trying to the regulators talk to each other on the risk assessment, which underpin all the possible policy responses. This is, I think, the most important part, which will hopefully also influence the final way that these things will work. We're not going to have similar regulation. That's just not going to happen because the systems are too different. But they should be compatible. The idea is that what we do, we are informed well enough to make sure that operators who operate in both jurisdictions can actually more or less rely on the same framework. So they don't have to completely redo their risk assessments. They know what the other side, what the expectations are, et cetera, et cetera. And then the question from 3GG, I want to answer that. I need to remember what it was. Sorry, I forgot the question. I don't have my notes.
On climate issues and industrial policy and climate and also TTC.
Sorry, I'm really sorry. What was the question? Oh, on third countries. Sorry, that was it. Yeah. Well, honestly, right now we're really trying to sort out what the impact is on our own investment climate, etc. But you can, of course, immediately say that the attraction, the pull factor, certainly into the US, where we can already calculate, and the IRS has done calculation about the benefits, and to some extent, probably maybe to a lesser extent, what we were doing, it might lead to different allocations of capital, which is, of course, not what we want, because we want to have climate policies which work everywhere in the world. So we have to see whether through the kind of help and Global Gateway is the new flagship program of the EU, whether we can also see whether there's things that need to be offset if that is really the case. I think it's a little bit too early to say, but certainly we don't want to do this at the expense of other countries. That's certainly not the intention.
Woodward, thank you so very much. I know that you do have to go. So give him a really big applause because he made a huge effort to come here today. Thank you very much. And we hope to see you soon again here in Berlin. And good flight and no delays. So we have a couple of more minutes, 5 more minutes. So I actually do want to bring up the discussion or take the discussion to climate issues and the TTC and in how far trade and climate is actually discussed in the transatlantic relationship. Tobias, climate issues obviously are a hugely important thing for your party, but also for you personally, and also important in foreign policy and economic issues. And we also have a little bit of a problem with this mic, but I hope it holds up. So okay, well, I don't want to create any back. Okay, yeah, wonderful, thank you. This is quick problem solving. Do you think trade and climate issues need to be more closely connected?
For sure, I'm totally convinced they are interconnected. Therefore, we have to find common strategies. If you draw the big picture, we are in a situation where governments as players in economies are back, where they play a much bigger role, be it AI, be it fighting the climate crisis, be it security issues related to semiconductors, for instance. And I believe the challenge is to define our trade relations and to do it in a way that it's not, as I said in the beginning, a race to the bottom in sense of both sides are giving subsidies, establishing different standards, and so on and so forth. The good news is we as Europeans, it's not only my own party, we as Europeans who are convinced that protecting the climate and doing adaptation to the global warming is essential also for our future as industrial countries and for our economies. We now have a US government that almost have the same position, that sees the same challenge. So let's try to shift gears, especially concerning the TTC, and come to common standards, or at least to standards that are compatible, and where you can really, as a German investor or as an American investor on the other market, do your business.
And David, climate and trade, related?
Oh, certainly. I mean, just at a very practical level, the practice of trade is itself sometimes the movement of ships and aircraft around the world carrying goods is itself a climate, potentially has implications, of course, for the climate. But we see the Biden administration, I think is just highly mobilized on climate issues, more so perhaps than any of its predecessors. And we are seeking to address it in a variety of ways. And the administration views trade policy as a very critical tool in that regard. In the TTC, we have a working group on trade and on climate and clean technology, which is looking at these issues in particular. The TTC co-chairs in December agreed to launch a transatlantic initiative on sustainable trade. It was initially a commission proposal embraced by the United States, and we're in the early stages of planning that. But the hope is that we can pull together strands of work that relate to the climate and the sustainability of our manufacturing and our service economies, and pull those threads together from different parts of the TTC and create perhaps a more coherent strategy for addressing climate issues using trade policy as a tool in that respect.
No, thank you. David, there are so many elephants we are talking about today, and there's another one. Do you like CBAM?
I'm probably not the right person at the Office of the U.S. Trade Representative to ask that question. My understanding is that we would like to make sure that when the CBAM is fully implemented on the EU side, that there is some ability for the EU side to recognize the steps that the United States has taken to address the emissions intensity of production in the United States, even though we do not at this time tax carbon emissions as has been done in other countries around the world. So we support the goals of CBAM, certainly. I don't have the expertise or the authorization to really offer an official comment on it, but I do know that we have the hope that the CBAM will be implemented in a way that accounts for the variability in ways that countries around the world are, many of them in good faith, seeking to reduce their carbon emissions.
And Tobias, the carbon border adjustment mechanism, your minister is flying around the world trying to form new partnerships. Do they like that idea?
So, I'm an economist by training, and first of all, CBAM is a proposal how to get a price tag on carbon emissions. And I think that's important. I think that's an important goal, how to integrate carbon emissions into the price mechanism of market economies. And honestly, the global warming doesn't care if carbon emissions are emitted from the European Union, from China, or from the United States, for instance. In the end, for sure, we have to talk about details, we have to talk about the implementation, but I encourage everyone who has a better idea how to put a price tag on carbon emissions, please present that idea to me.
I think there might be someone in the audience who are going to send you some proposals. Last question, because I also got it online here. Is the TTC, enough, or do we actually want an EU-US FTA? Do you want a EU FTA, Tobias? I'm so sorry, I'm putting you on the spot
that's
fine,
that's fine. My answer would have been, it depends. And let me be very honest. The TTC is not enough, not at the current state. As I said in the beginning, we need to shift gears. We need to speeden up. We need to address more issues in the TTC. And Personally, I would be very happy if we would come to a free trade agreement with the United States. At the same time, we have to take into account that especially comprehensive agreements, the so-called mixed agreements, and let's don't put point the finger on TTIP, just take into regard that CETA is not ratified by all member states of the European Union at that point, and I do not have any estimate at which time it will be. So let's take into account comprehensive free trade agreements might be very difficult to achieve. That's not an excuse to do nothing. And if the TTC should lead at some point to some agreement that's really feasible, I would be happy to support such.
Thank you so much for these clear words. You can applaud in a second because we need to hear David as well. David, appetite for a TTIP 3.0?
I think the Biden administration's assessment is very similar to the one that Dr. Lindner just offered, which is that we know from our experience in TTIP that negotiating a comprehensive binding international agreement is very challenging, practically and politically. And I think that our view now is that the United States and the EU would be it would be better for us to be focused more on cooperating in ways that promote our trade and investment in new and emerging technologies, and then help us respond more effectively to challenges we both face from non-market policies and practices. And we can do those things. We can cooperate better in ways to promote trade and investment in emerging technology, and in responding to non-market challenges. We can do that without pursuing a comprehensive free trade agreement. And we think that should be our focus now.
Thank you very much. And now it's the time for a big applause for our panelists. Thank you so much, David, for joining us online. And thank you so much, Tobias.
Thank you for having me.
And I wish you lots of good luck for the next week and for everything which comes up. Thank you so much. I have to wave into the camera. And see you soon, and see you in Munich. Huh? Yeah.
Someone shake hands. Yes, free trade agreement 9. Good.
Thank you so much. And now we are moving to something very special, which we also haven't done a lot so far as Aspen, Germany. We will now have an Oxford-style debate with two teams going to compete with each other. So don't run away. This is going to be informative, but also fun. And I am really happy that I don't have to moderate this, because that is a tough job. And I'm looking for Andrea Römmele, who is going to lead us through this exciting conference point. Andrea, or are you still setting up with the mics? Well, we also do have to change the stage, so it's a good idea if we keep on moving. And there the two competing teams come. I would assume they also talk strategy in the back room. And it is a great pleasure to give her a very big applause. The moderator of the night, Andrea Römmele. Thank you so much for doing this. Come on up. So Andrea is not just a wonderful person and a wonderful moderator, she's also a wonderful professor at the Hertie School, just kind of this way, Friedrichstraße.
And I'm from Baden-Württemberg.
Oh,
that's, yeah.
Even better.
Even better.
Even better. And you are a regular commentator on TV, commentating on German politics, on elections. You have commented on the Berlin elections a little bit. And you are a person who closely looks at governance issues. And you are going to steer us through this, this upcoming hot debate. And with this, I hand over, and I'm looking forward to your moderation.
Thank you very much, Stormy. I hope my mic is on.
Yes, I think it is. Somi, first of all, thank you very much for the invitation, also for having me here. We are still sort of navigating here, and I would appreciate, Stormy, if you could, because I need my glasses from my backpack. Otherwise, the next one. Yeah. Otherwise, I'll be flying completely blind here. So, I was very, very happy when Stormy invited me to steer this this Oxford-style debate. Why? I've written a book about the role of debates in democracies 4 or 5 years ago, and I'm a big fan of debates. I'm a very big fan of heated debates. Why? Because they play a very, very prominent role in democracies. What do debates do? They inform, they integrate, and we know from debates or from groups who had a position which at the very end perhaps was not considered as a solution for a problem, that they through the debate felt integrated and had a higher likelihood of supporting the solution, which they actually were not in favor of. So that's the second point. It's integrating, it's informing, but, and that's the third point, and that will most likely play a very prominent role here, it makes our arguments better. At the very end, in a debate, if I debate with my students, if I debate with my kids, at the end of some debates, say, you know what? Your argument convinced me. I'm changing my opinion on this. And that's what debates also do, right? And that's why when Stormy invited me to moderate here, and when I saw the line out of this and I need my notes here because it's quite a complex navigation here, I thought fantastic, because what we will do now, first of all, I will in 2 minutes welcome our distinguished 2 teams. I will present the two points we will discuss upon. And then before we start the discussion, the audience will vote on those 2 respective items, right? And then after our discussion, after going back and forth with the respected teams, but also with you, we will have the vote again. And we will see what the debate actually made with your opinion on subject A or subject B. So I have notes here which are not mine. Someone took mine. So let me, before we start talking about the issues we will debate, let me introduce team number 1 and ask team number 1 here on the podium. Dr. Daniel Erickson, Professor Lysandra Flach, and Ash Jain. Team number 1, welcome on stage. Perhaps if you would go to my left side. Team number 2, Dr. Chad Brown, Dr. Claudia Schmucker, and Melanie Vogelbach. Welcome, team number 2. And if I could ask you to come here. Let me very briefly introduce the distinguished team to you. Daniel Erickson is CEO of Transparency International. Lysandra Flach is director of the IFO Center for International Economics and professor of economics at the LMU in Munich. And Ash Jain is director for Democratic Order, Scowcroft Strategy Initiative at the Atlantic Council. A warm welcome from our end and also from the audience. Now, our distinguished team number 2. Chad Brown, Regional Jones Senior Fellow at Peterson Institute for International Economics. Claudia Schmucker, Head Geoeconomics Program, German Council on Foreign Relations. And Melanie Vogelbach, Head of International Economic Policy and Foreign Trade Law at the Association of German Chambers of Industry. Also a warm round of applause for team number 2. Now, there are, I've mentioned that before, 2 questions that are being debated this evening. And I will read out the questions to you. And I have the most important person for making this run smoothly is standing right here. With the bell, and with the bell, we will keep the time, and you will also explain to the audience how the voting will function, okay? But before we do that, let me share the 2 arguments that will be debated on stage from our 2 teams. I have to say, and it was very important to the team members that I share this with you, the positions, or the respective positions we will debate were assigned to the teams. So the first one, we will discuss friendshoring is the solution to the changing geopolitical environment versus diversification and continued multilateralism are the better way to deal with a changing geopolitical environment. Those are the 2 questions at stake, and I would like to hand over to you so that you can very briefly say how the voting will work.
Yeah, I think most of you were already here in the morning. Just use the QR code. It should work from all the way to the back. If that doesn't work, you can use the website, slido.com, and just put in the number.
Number 2.
That's interesting.
Yeah. It's good. Oh, yeah. No. We can take a challenge. Oh. Those pro-diversification are slow voters.
Slow voters, yes.
Yeah.
Well, voting in this city is an issue, you know that.
I know. Yeah.
So it seems that we have a majority for the statement diversification and continued multilateralism are the better way to deal with the changing geopolitical environment. I think this won't change much anymore, and I also think that all of you, most of you have already cast their vote. Let's keep that in mind and return to our voting again, or to this result at the end of our debate, and see what the discussion actually, what effect the discussion actually had on our views. So, let me start now with the debate and the presentations of the proposition and oppositions. So each team now has 9 minutes, each participant 3 minutes to present their arguments, and then we will engage in quite a complex back and forth, and that's why I have my notes in front of me. So, team 1. And I'm looking at you with the bell and with the timing. The 3 minutes will start now. 3, 2, 1. The floor is yours.
Terrific. Thank you. Great to be here with you. So our team's position is that friendshoring, or ally shoring, as some call it, is the right solution for today's changing geopolitical environment. I'd like to kick off for our team by making the strategic case for friendshoring, and I'll make 5 points. First, the US, Europe, and other democracies around the world have become increasingly dependent on revisionist autocracies, namely China and Russia, across a range of sectors, from oil and gas, energy, to pharmaceutical ingredients, to lithium-ion batteries. Second, the concern over supply chain dependencies is not just theoretical. Moscow and Beijing are using their economic clout to coerce democracies to accede to their demands. We've seen after the Russian invasion of Ukraine, the way Moscow sought to cut energy exports to the EU in order to compel payment in rubles. China recently restricted Australian imports after its leaders called for an investigation into the COVID-19 origins. And Beijing retaliated against Lithuania for its decision to allow Taiwan to open an office in its country. Countless other examples. Some politicians have suggested the best way to deal with these challenges is to shift towards domestic onshoring. The risk is that this could lead to protectionism, with the US Congress recently passing legislation to buy American and engage in provisions for subsidies. We're seeing this happen. But a more attractive solution, we contend, is friendshoring or ally shoring. That is, sourcing essential goods and services with countries that share democratic values and a commitment to an open, rules-based order. Now, friendshoring does not mean complete decoupling. Rather, we need a differentiated approach. So let's consider 3 categories of trade. The first is military goods, highly advanced technology, in which trade would be off limits with Russia and China. The second category would consist of critical, sensitive sectors, such as some technologies, rare earth minerals, aviation equipment, where trade could be limited and encouraged to shift to trusted allies and partners. And then the third category would be general goods and services, toys, furniture, where trade would proceed according to market forces. So the key question here is which nations should be included as friends or allies and would benefit from these supply chain shifts? Well, I would contend that nations that meet certain criteria, democracy, respect for the rule of law, human rights, support for the rules-based order, they should be the primary beneficiaries of this kind of supply chain restructuring. Other friendly regimes, authoritarian regimes, such as Vietnam or the UAE, could participate perhaps. So the bottom line is, let me conclude, friendshoring would allow leading democracies to establish more resilient supply chains. It would counter current trends toward protectionism.
3 minutes, unfortunately, I was told, is 3 minutes. So thanks a lot for your contribution.
Thank you very much.
Daniel, the next 3 minutes are yours.
Thank you, thank you.
Nee.
Happy Valentine's Day, everyone.
Okay.
Isn't that great? We're free to love whoever we want in the city with one of the longest standing pride parades of Europe. How much is that worth? Is a reduction of GDP growth over 10 years by 5% an okay amount? Is it worth that? How much value are we willing to put on our human rights? Trading with kleptocrats strengthens the kleptocrats. They will use the income from that trade to solidify their positions in those states, to hamper down on human rights in their home countries, to block out any potential of democracy gaining foothold there. Not only that, they will grow this wealth, and we have seen evidence over the last 10 plus years of that power being then used and directed towards us in the liberal democracies and our freedoms through our election systems, through our rule of law systems. Any weakness that they can find, they exploit it in order to erode our democracies and make our elected leadership look foolish. Is trade, unfettered trade with those kleptocracies that only have to gain in building their power, something that we should be open to these days? I can understand, speaking to a room full of trade economists coming from a completely different perspective of human rights, that sounding protectionist is an alarmist approach. I'm not protectionist. What Ash described is we would divide the kind of goods and we would divide the world in 3 tranches with allies, liberal democracies. We would have a third category with those who clearly are kleptocrats, and then it would be a category in the middle that would be assessed. We need to do this. We need friendshoring, intelligent friendshoring, in order to protect our values that our countries are built upon. We need to have friendshoring in order to ensure that the kleptocrats don't get their hands on technologies and tools and resources in terms of funds that will enable them to further clamp down on their own populace. There's no other way of approaching this than to tear up our old ways of thinking about free markets as being the only way forward to sustainable development and look at a different approach that we need to defend democracy first and then ensure continuous development of our economies second. Thank you very much.
I think that's Thank you very much, Daniel, also for staying within the 3 minutes. Last but not least, on team number 1, Lisandra.
Yeah, thank you very much for the invitation. It's a great pleasure to be here. And some of you might be wondering why I'm sitting on this side of the table. On several studies, we have shown the importance of diversification, the importance of multilateralism, and we have also quantified the costs of decoupling from global supply chains and the costs of friendshoring. But here in my role today, I'm here to bring some aspects or some arguments in favor of friendshoring. And I'm thinking in terms of friendshoring in a more nuanced way, as Ash mentioned, so not in terms of decoupling, but rather in terms of reducing dependencies from autocratic states. Right? And so in one of the studies that we have investigated German trade relations. We have identified several products that have critical dependencies with the Chinese economy. And so as has been discussed already here today, China has already shown in several instances that it's willing to use its political power to achieve economic objectives. Right? And so I think it's key to really reduce these dependencies from, and this is the case of other autocratic states, but it's in particular more severe when it comes to powerful countries. And so it's key to reduce these dependencies, in particular when it comes to critical goods from autocratic states. And this comes by, increasing or enhancing trade relations with democracies, with countries that share the same values. And so increasing trade relations, increasing trade agreements also with countries that share similar values with Europe here in the case. And so the current, certainly the best way would be through multilateralism, so as our colleagues would argue later. So this would be the most effective and comprehensive way to ensure a rules-based trade system. But the current geopolitical challenges require an active trade policy with further world regions, and in particular with democracies, to increase the number of friends. Right? And so to increase, and this is also a way of friendshoring. So really creating trade relations with additional trade partners. So if you think of Latin American countries, Africa, so several trade agreements that would actually help increase the resilience of supply chains. I will stop here. Since
I can't see the time. Thank you very much, Lisandra. We now... Big round of applause to team number one. And as I said earlier, the positions were assigned. We now move to team number two, where we discuss multilateralism. And Claudia, you will start the argumentation for team number two.
Yes, thank you very much. So we are the team that still believes in multilateralism. It is very true. We have a different geoeconomic environment and we need to react to the new risks that we have. But instead of decoupling and instead of friendshoring, which is very costly and very difficult to implement, I think my colleagues will refer to this, the motto should be de-risking. So what does this entail? And I have 4 points in this regard. The first one is we need a deepening of global markets. The role of global trade as a shock absorber far outweighs the role of trade as a shock supplier, which means global value chains have succeeded in times of crisis, during the financial crisis and also comparatively well during the corona crisis. For this to work, we need a renewed global multilateral cooperation. We need new ways to manage global trade frictions. We need new rules and commitments. This was mentioned by Angela this morning. on services, on digital trade, and the fight on climate change. And we need a dialogue of what is fair and what is not fair. That said, there is still a nexus between national security and trade where we do need some decoupling. And this refers to dual-use technology, IT infrastructure, and critical dependencies. The EU did a study on critical import, and 6% of European imports are considered to be critical. This means we need a tailored trade strategy for these 6% and not an overall of our whole global trade relations. The right way forward is diversification, and this is the most useful way to de-risk. And for this, we need to negotiate and implement free trade agreements. This leads to new market access, to economic opportunities, also to new access to rare earth and raw materials, and this also helps building allies and partnerships. So to sum up, decoupling and friendshoring are costly, impossible to implement. De-risking is the motto. We need a slight decoupling, but more deepening of global markets and diversification.
Thank you. And so very well within time. So thank you very much. Melanie, you are the second presenter of your group.
Yes, thank you very much. So throughout the day, and also from our opposing team, we heard many times that we do need to reduce our dependencies. We agree. It's important, as State Minister Lindner said earlier, to reduce one-sided critical dependencies. And we see that many companies here in Germany are already trying to do that. We see it in the chamber network abroad. Many companies are trying to diversify their supply chain, but it is complicated. It is very, very difficult. And we see many companies are trying to find alternative sources, for example, from China, with a China +1, +2, +3 strategy, sourced from other countries in the region. So that is complicated enough, that is costly enough. Why would we artificially reduce the number of potential alternatives by categorizing the alternatives in friends and non-friends, making it even more difficult to achieve? Friendshoring is basically a nicer way of describing decoupling. Everybody always says we don't want decoupling, but we want friendshoring. But it is pretty much just a different name for the same thing. And friendshoring and complete decoupling, in my opinion, is not realistic. When we look at it, and we heard it also mentioned throughout the day before, many important raw materials we do source from countries that are not part of the G7 or the OECD. A smartphone today is not a single smartphone today is sourced only from Western countries. An iPhone, for example, has the supply chain that includes more than 40 countries in 5 continents. So really, just friendshoring, decoupling is really not realistic in our interconnected world. Lysandra mentioned the EFO study, which I also know quite well. It shows that if we not just try to reduce our trade with China, but from all autocratic states together, actually the negative impact on our GDP would be twice as harsh. So that is not something that we should look forward to. So rather de-risking than decoupling would be the way to go. Last but not least, it remains the question, who really qualifies as a friend? If we only focus on Western democracies alone, we exclude many countries of the so-called global South. Do we really want that? That would have incredibly negative impact on their development, and that's not something that we could want. I would like to end with quoting the WTO Director General, who recently said in Davos, when people talk about friendshoring, I get a little bit nervous because I don't know who is a friend. When you say that, I never hear any countries in Africa mentioned. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I must say we have a very disciplined panel because I hardly hear the bell ringing, so that's fantastic. Chad, you will conclude the arguments of group number 2 in your 3 minutes. The floor is yours.
Thanks. So first, like my colleagues, I want to acknowledge that I think we all recognize the challenges and that we need to do something different, and we're not naive. And so we appreciate especially Ash having laid out those key challenges that new policy needs to address. But one of the things that the first side left off when listing all of the current challenges are that there are global challenges that we have to deal with collectively with autocracies. And that means climate change and global public health. We cannot live in a world in which our friends are the only ones dealing with climate problems or public health problems. We live in one world, we have to share it, we have to deal with these things collectively, and part of that is through international trade. The other thing is trying to imagine how you would implement friendshoring. Friendshoring is an amazing slogan, but when you think about trying to implement it, let's just walk through what it would mean and how impossible it would ultimately become. All of the third countries out there that aren't obviously, you're trying to attract to your side of the friend fence, all of them would ultimately have to implement the same kinds of policies that you and your friends implement, or else there's going to be economic leakage, as we've seen with the Russia-Ukraine conflict. That means they're going to need to do the same, kind of rules on tariffs, on subsidies, on those types of things. Sanctions, finance, right? A lot of these commodities out there in the world, they just flow around to wherever economic incentives allow them to go. Unless everybody in that third part of the world comes to your side, you're going to get this leakage in which your attempts to deal with the problems that you're concerned with that caused you to friendshore in the first place aren't going to be met, let alone the technological problems. So I would say we recognize all the concerns. We also recognize that what we're talking about as a multilateral approach would need to be different from the WTO's current system. We acknowledge that there are existing challenges and incompleteness with the WTO rules, but that there has to be some minimal amount of economic engagement, even with autocracies, to incentivize them to do some things that are for the global public good, on climate, on public good at a minimum, let alone whether we want to get into issues of democracy and human rights. We need to retain some solid interdependence there that we can exercise. And so while we are interested in pursuing diversification and those kinds of objectives, the real key is how ultimately you choose to get there. And it's not that the current WTO's rules are perfect, but using that sort of approach, carving out new rules within that approach is the best way to go.
Thanks a lot, Tom. So we've listened to two very different lines of argument, and now the interaction starts. First here on the podium, and then with you in the audience. So one speaker of your group now has the chance to pose one question to team number two. Team number two then has 4 minutes to answer, and then it's going to be the other way around. Have you already consulted about the question you want to ask to team number two?
Sure.
Yeah.
Is this working?
Okay, Ashley.
Okay. All right. So I think we heard a pretty significant concession, which is there is a portion of the economy that requires reducing dependencies and potentially friendshoring. So my question to you, or at least diversifying. Now, the question I have for you is with regard to those sectors in which we have these critical dependencies, whether it's 6% or 15% or 20%, where should those how can those changes be incentivized? Is there a role for having some kind of system in place or framework where diversification would shift those supply chains towards certain countries? And if so, shouldn't there be some criteria for where those supply chains go? That's what friendshoring is all about. Having some set of criteria where friends and allies, trusted partners, those that believe in the rule of law, benefit from having those shifts in supply chains rather than just letting them go randomly. And we may have new problems with new autocracies and new dependencies if we fail to do this systematically.
All right. I turn over to you.
Thank you so much for the question. Incentivize diversification is a good point. We can do that by agreeing on multilateral rules that make it fair and have a level playing field for everyone, but also with FTAs. So if we have free trade agreements with partners that we can agree with on certain rules, on sustainability issues, and many other things, then of course we can incentivize companies to trade with those partners more. Our opinion is, of course, that we should have that with as many countries as possible to have more options in a diversification and to be able to reduce risks and source from many places.
Yes, I can only agree. And I think it's important what I said, what the EU did. It's 6% where we have critical dependencies. And I think that number is relevant because it means we should not change our entire trade policy towards friendshoring, but we have a small number of critical dependencies on countries where we are vulnerable, where we need to diversify. And as Melanie said, we have a lot of free trade agreements in place. The EU is negotiating further and very ambitious free trade agreements. And I think this is just a way to diversify. And this also relates to rare earths. We have EU-Chile, EU-Argentina, EU-Australia. That's also a way to diversify, especially with the dependencies that we have.
My response would be to say this isn't purely an autocracy problem. So if we look at one of the critical dependencies out there that we have in the world today, it's on high-end semiconductors. Where are they all made? In Taiwan and South Korea. I'm from the United States. Taiwan and South Korea are our friends. We love them. They're not autocracies, right? But we have a real geographic concentration problem with that I don't think even free trade agreements are going to help deal with. We're going to have to create some new incentives like subsidies, and that means changing probably some of the international rules to be able to accomplish. Even if we didn't have problems with autocracies, we would still have excessive geographic of concentration problems, that we can't live in this new world where we've got climate shocks and public health shocks and things like that we do have to deal with. But I think friendshoring alone, defining it that way, is going to be insufficient to solve those problems.
Okay, thank you. Maybe if you allow, since we have a few more minutes left, also if we concentrate on just one or two additional sources, we have to be sure that those are reliable friends in eternity. And we know from recent experience that even with transatlantic partners, with friends, we did have trade conflicts and difficulties. So the question is, who really is a reliable friend? So if we concentrate only on those, it's also a risk. So diversification is key.
So yes. Anything else your group wants to add?
So when do we ask them separately a question later? Or?
Yeah, right. Now it's the other way around. Now we come to your team asking one question to team number one.
Perfect.
Okay.
And we start, right, time is running.
I have a two-part question. How does friendshoring address Africa and the climate crisis?
Isn't so good.
Go.
Yeah, to begin with the climate crisis, I can start with that and Ash take the rest. A kleptocracy is not going to respect fact. They don't respect fact. Look at how these kleptocracies dealt with the pandemic. Look at how they in general see the climate crisis. There's only one way of getting them to join our fight in those areas, and that is to pay them off. And that is very short-termistic, because they don't see the problem. Their ultimate goal is to stay in power and to use that power for their personal gain. The bigger global issues is not in their interest as much as we see that it should be in their people's interest. It's not in the ruling elite's interest because they have the money to work around those issues. Ash.
So with regard to Africa or any region of the world, it all depends on the criteria. There are countries in Africa, in Latin America, around the world that would meet criteria for friendshoring if they're democracies, if they respect the rule of law, if they respect human rights. Furthermore, that's an incentive for nations, for governments to make those steps in the direction of respecting democracy and human rights. If they do, they benefit tremendously from these economic shifts that they otherwise wouldn't get access to. This is a powerful incentive in the direction of anti-corruption and democracy. And why not take advantage of that to push for a world in which people live better as a result of sound economic policies. With regard to climate, well, we can walk and chew gum at the same time. Why can't we continue to negotiate a climate agreement as we are currently in different settings, in different formats, even while we come up with a framework for friendshoring that protects our own values? We do this all the time in international relations. These aren't linked necessarily, and there are ways to continue conversations with the Chinese, Russians, and others when it comes to other global issues without sacrificing our values.
Yeah, since we still have a bit of time, yeah. So yeah, I also believe that it's possible to have layers where you cooperate and layers where you are rival, right? And so cooperating in terms of environment doesn't mean that. So I'm not thinking in terms of decoupling. So decoupling would make indeed fighting against climate change way harder, but decreasing these dependencies from autocratic states and increasing cooperation among democracies would not hamper, fighting against climate change, which is a global challenge.
Well, could I offer one more point on the climate? There have been good reports on ways in which friendshoring can help alleviate the climate crisis. How? If we can network with our friends and allies around sensible, high-technology solutions that get at climate change, we're putting on the table some new solutions that could help mitigate those impacts rather than relying simply on waiting for the Chinese to come on board, which may or may not happen anytime soon.
Yeah. You still have 1 minute left? You want
to I can mention, yes, I think it was Michael Berthold that said this morning the concept of made in a democracy. If we have goods and maybe services that we can label as made in a democracy, that we know if we buy them, we pay more, but we also know that that result in no injustices on other people. That could be something that could augment a concept of friendshoring. Because in the end, what we're doing right now is putting the world at risk by engaging in trade with kleptocracies.
Okay, thank you. Thank you to both teams. I did say it's time for the interaction. We had the interaction here on stage, and now we would like to invite the audience. The rules of the game, quote unquote, are that we have one question from the audience posed to team 1 and one question posed to team 2, and each team has 5 minutes to answer the question. So I would start with the posing of a question to team number 1. I see a hand here right next to the micro. Yes? Could you stand up and use the micro, please? And it's a question to team number 1. This is team number 1? Yes, and could you stand up, please? Thank you.
So my question is, what about the principles that have guided international trade for centuries? I want to include, and since we have Transparency International here, let's start with the rule of law, even-handedness, aka most favored nation, right? Accountability, etc., non-discrimination, like product, etc. Are we going to abandon that, which I think, we can all agree has helped create legitimacy for the trading system as well as for regional trade agreements? I won't go on with the lecture, but those principles are totally undermined by what you're suggesting that we do.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. So I turn to you, and you have now 5 minutes to answer the question.
Oh, it's only one question for me?
It's one question for you, and then there is one question for the second.
Okay, no, because I don't have 5 minutes, maybe my colleagues can fill in. But what I'm saying is that, as a matter of fact, we're defending rule of law. We are defending all the values that you just mentioned there, because the kleptocrats, they are not respecting rule of law. They are twisting it or eroding it wherever they see it possible, and using their resources to harm our states and institutions in that regard. So by friendshoring, we're ensuring that those countries that are respectful for all of those fundamental values that we have as societies get the benefits of our trade. Now, in the case of the second category group countries that Ash mentioned, we should use that as an incentive that if you fulfill these values that we respect in category 1 or A or whatever you want to call it, then you're free to come and join us in this group, to hope and aim for more countries to come along the democratic route. But then if it's a disincentive, then you're saying that it's an incentive for everyone to become kleptocratic regimes.
Do you want to add?
Yeah, a couple of responses to that. So the open economic order that was set up after GATT and the Bretton Woods system is something we would all like to preserve. It has led to productivity gains and prosperity around the world. The question, however, is who should participate in that open economic order? Is it every nation, regardless of their own policies, or should there be some kind of parameters around creating that open economic order where the most unfettered access to that order and to markets in the system comes to those that play by certain rules? If you don't play by the rules, and by rules I mean not just economic rules, but rules on how you treat your own people, why should you, as a kleptocrat, as an autocrat, why should you have the benefit of gaining access to those markets and those trading streams if you're not willing to respect certain rules? So I think that's the importance of preserving the open economic order. It's layers of orders. It's not one or the other. And relatedly, the existing order remains in place while we friendshore. We're not abandoning WTO. We're not abandoning open market access based on existing agreements. We're layering on top of that another form of engagement and creating incentives if you want to participate. It's kind of like free trade agreements on top of the WTO system. If you want to get certain trade benefits, you commit to doing certain things. We're adding some additional criteria to those commitments. Who decides? Well, I think if any club that's created, the members of the club decide who qualifies. When the EU was established, the EU decides who becomes a member and whether they meet the criteria, or the OECD. So I don't see a problem with democracies in this club deciding who meets the criteria that they decide to set up.
Daniel, Lissandra, anything to add to those comments? Because we still have 1.5 minutes.
No.
Yeah, well, all set.
Said it all.
Yeah, I mean, this is the way to go if you want to live freely. But if you don't want to live freely, you can vote for them at the end. Not living free means that you know what you're going to do for the rest of your life, so it has benefits.
Okay, those were the questions and comments for group number 1. You now, as an audience, have the opportunity to ask one question to group number 2. Yeah?
Hello?
Yes.
Now it works. Okay, so one of the stronger arguments that I see in support of friendshoring, or actually the more extreme version, domestic shoring, was that in case of real disruptions of global supply chains, such as the pandemic or global conflict, you as a country do not want to be dependent on having your critical infrastructure outside of the country, especially an industrial base, which is one of the major concerns for the United States, which brings us back to the IRA and the CHIPS Act, right? Bring critical production back home. What do you say to people that want to do that, maybe even the entire 6%? How do you argue against that?
Start.
Sure. Okay.
Wonderful question. I would answer it with a couple of examples. So first, you have to accept the premise that if you decide to become autarkic and rely on yourself for what you need, that means if something happens to you, the rest of the world's not necessarily going to be there when you need it, right? And so I think my two favorite examples of where this came back to bite, even the United States, over the last couple of years, are vaccines and semiconductors. One of the vaccines that we authorized for use in the United States, so we had Pfizer-BioNTech, Moderna, Johnson & Johnson. The Johnson, it was an amazing feat, unbelievable that we had diversification, we had 3. It's good we had Moderna and Pfizer-BioNTech because the Johnson & Johnson facility in the United States, even though it was authorized, worked great, production got completely screwed up. Making vaccines is really, really hard. They botched it, right? They contaminated samples. If that was the only one that had worked, we would not have had access to the vaccines in the United States. The Johnson & Johnson vaccines that we actually enjoyed and were vaccinated with in the United States came from Europe through international trade. The BioNTech vaccine obviously was invented in Germany, right? So if we'd been domestic sourcing at that point, it would have been bad. Second, another shock, February of 2021, the United States had really strong Arctic winter storms that hit the state of Texas and shut down the power grid, where a good chunk of our domestic semiconductor facilities are located, right? The ones that make semiconductors for automobiles. If we had not been part of global supply chains and been able to import semiconductors from TSMC in Taiwan or Samsung in South Korea, the already big chip shortage would have been an even bigger problem. So I think that's my key argument there, is you do need to have diversification and not have home shoring, or however you want to call the worst of it.
Yeah, thank you.
Melanie, do you want to come in?
Yes, I want to add, even though he already said everything, but we still have 3 minutes. So I think
it's about making the argument again and again.
What Chad was rightly saying is, if you reshore or put the production back to your country, that doesn't make it safer. So as he said, one climate problem, we had the Ellard disaster in Germany, and it's not safe. And what I said before in my comments, trade is a shock absorber, not a shock supplier, which means if you have a crisis like the financial crisis, like Corona crisis, trade helps. There's some minor things that didn't work in the beginning, but trade helps. Global value chains work, which means no reproduction, no nearshoring, but diversification. And that was the point we were making. Thank you.
And to add on that, there's other solutions. You can do more stockpiling, maybe have a critical supply of masks or tests or things like that, and diversify to have several sources. So if one fails, you have alternatives. So more diversification increases your resilience. And then there's one more thing I think that is important. It's not just about sourcing. We always, when we talk about friendshoring and dependencies, we always think about things we import that are important for our value chains. But in Germany, we all know we rely heavily on our exports. A quarter of all jobs are dependent on German exports. And if we don't buy from other countries anymore, why would they buy our things? Why could we sell that to them? So I think that's the other thing that we also need to think about that is also critically important. We are a very open economy and rely on international trade on both sides.
You still have 1 minute left. All arguments made.
Maybe one more example. The baby formula case in the United States is one example of where when you produce yourself and then your source fails because there is a problem, then suddenly babies didn't have formula anymore, and that was because the country was so reliant on one source and did not have a diversified supply chain.
Okay, thank you to both teams. Now it is your turn again. We now have one question from the audience that goes to both teams. I see a hand. I don't have any preferences here, but I had 2 hands from this side, so I will take a hand now from this side. The gentleman here.
My question is a little bit one-sided, however.
But it should be a question for both teams.
So we can't change it so quickly. It's team 1, right?
We do.
Are you guys okay with, what's your position on sanctions against Russia and importing gas and other commodities? Are you okay with sending money to Putin to conduct genocide against Ukraine and other minorities inside Russia? Is that okay with you guys?
Yeah. Okay, I have you answer first, and then I have team number 1 respond to the question?
You want to start?
No, you guys start.
Yes, we very much support sanctions against Russia. It's against what they do is an aggression against another country. It's against the international law, and I think the only way to react in this case, in this specific case, is to decouple and to impose sanctions on Russia. But that does not go against my general argument that we need a deepening of global markets. But in this case, we should not trade with Russia and definitely decrease our dependency as soon as possible.
Imposing sanctions is always a political decision, and there are many, many good reasons for sanctions against Russia in this case. But when we need to decouple from a country like Russia, as in a situation as we see it now with the horrible aggression against Ukraine, it is even more important economically that we have many different alternatives to have energy supply, for example, or critical raw materials or other things. So the case of Russia actually is a very good example of why we do need diversified supply chains.
And I guess the only thing that I would add as a non-lawyer, but who plays one on a podcast periodically, is in the multilateral rules, we have this thing called Article 21. So we could use that as a defense for sanctions or whatever when we need to invoke them when certain countries out there do something really egregious like that.
Any other comment you want to make? Because you still have 2.5 minutes. No? Then I would turn to team number one.
It's a great question. Now, Russia wouldn't be in the position where it is today if we wouldn't have had the trade that we had with them for so long, and enable them to build up the technology, military hardware, and enable Putin to get the resources to get a grip on his country to the extent that he has done. So one way or another, it is not economical or morally right to wait until that kleptocratic rulership got to the stage where they start to invade and kill people around the world. We need to do something beforehand. If a country does not respect the democratic values that we live by, I don't think, I mean, to begin with, it's morally wrong for us to trade with them, but it's also not fair in a competitive sense, because the way that they can treat their labor force, the way that they can treat their people, the environment, is not going to our standard. Hence, we need to deal with countries that are like-minded, not for everything, but for some resources, and for divvying up the world in the appropriate categories. That's the way forward in order to prevent what is sadly happening in Ukraine.
Lissandra, Ash, do you want to add?
I agree on imposing sanctions against Russia. What we should not forget is that they are only effective if we have global cooperation, right? If you have other countries imposing sanctions against Russia. And so currently the challenge is how this is leading to trade diversion, and trade diversion towards other autocratic states that would increase power due to decoupling, let's say, from Western countries. So again, I'm totally in favor of imposing sanctions, but for them to be effective, a large number of countries need to impose the same sanctions. Otherwise, we risk also that we give more power to already powerful countries. Yeah.
So the question you raise also poses a scenario regarding Taiwan, which hasn't come up yet in this discussion. That is to say, when Russia invaded Ukraine, the US, Europe, was in a position where it could take steps to try to cut Russia off from the global economy without suffering too much pain from itself. Now, Europe obviously is going through energy ramifications, and those are serious. But nevertheless, there have been ways to deal with it. If China were to invade Taiwan tomorrow or next year, the economic ramifications of trying to sanction Beijing and sanction the Chinese economy would have huge counter ramifications for the US, Europe, and the global economy, because we're so interlinked and because our economies are so intertwined across the board, particularly including critical sectors where we're just critically dependent. So the time to start thinking about that is now, before they invade, not after they invade, before they take actions that we would deem to be inconsistent with the rules-based system, whether it's genocide against the Uyghurs. We're seeing that take place now. But if that kind of behavior continues and we want to have leverage to or we want to have freedom of action to respond, we need to start now by looking at friendshoring and ally shoring so that we de-link our economies, especially in those critical sectors, before something like that happens.
Okay, thank you very much. And thank you also for your questions. We now have reached sort of the final round. I'm a campaign scholar, so I study campaigns quite a bit, and sort of the phase we are in right now with those teams is basically the get out the vote, right? You have to prepare now your rallies, your final rally speech. Each team has 6 minutes for their sort of final pulling together all the arguments and trying to convince the audience before we then turn to the audience again for your final vote to see whether your position after listening to the various arguments and to our debate has changed. So I would now like to start with team number 2, and you have, what do my notes say? You have 6 minutes, and you can choose whether you all want to speak or whether you sort of select a speaker from the team, but the next 6 minutes are yours.
I think we all want to speak, so...
I'll go first.
Okay.
Very quick. So I just want to, your thoughts, the question about sanctions raised 2 other points in my mind that are important to get out there and why interdependence is important. There is no ability to sanction rogue countries if you don't engage with them at all, aside from militarily, right? The reason why it's painful for Russia to get cut off from financial networks because it was initially integrated into financial networks. So you need to have some engagement on their side, interdependence with them, in order for you to impose costs on them to make them rethink their most egregious actions. And if you take that away, that's a concern, right? And so if we're talking about a likelihood of a Taiwanese invasion or a China invasion of Taiwan, partly what's holding China back is presumably the cost of what Western sanctions would mean for the Chinese economy as well, because of the current interdependence. If there were no interdependence, it would be free reign, right? There wouldn't be any cost to China of just sort of taking Taiwan today. So I think that it goes both ways. Interdependence can actually serve to identify to these potentially rogue countries what the costs of their egregious behavior and what they stand to lose from that as well.
So we do believe in multilateralism and of the coexistence of different systems in the WTO. So we just need to make sure that this is traded on a fair basis. If we go to friendshoring, in my mind, that leads to block building, and that leads to an economic Cold War. We would have a fragmentation of the world economy. We just have the new World Economic Outlook by the IMF, which predicts, I think, through fragmentation, we would have minus of 7% global GDP, and this would be particularly devastating for the developing countries. We would have a global recession. We would no longer have the advantages of a global division of labor. We would have scarcely any innovation, because if you don't compete, if you just reshore or produce it on national level, you lack a lot of innovation capacities. And I do believe that you can't say, oh, on trade we do friendshoring, but on climate, why not work together? I think it swaps over to different policy areas, because we have this kind of new Cold War coming over. So I doubt that countries would be willing, that if we don't trade with them, but to give concessions in trade. And it's not about G7. We are not the countries with the high emissions. It's about India, it's about China, and it's about Brazil. And I'm not sure any of these countries would qualify for friendshoring. And then we have the gray area, the African countries. I mean, you can say, okay, rule of law, democracies, but there's countries in between, and they might be strategically important for us. So why take them out of our cooperation? Why not try to enhance the role that they play for us? Why not try to improve the situation that they have? If we just decouple from them because they do not share 100% of our values, that would be the bad thing. So I would definitely further put my point on deepening of global market and including more and more developing countries.
Melanie?
Well, as we said earlier, friendshoring is just a friendlier word for decoupling, and decoupling from a major part of the world. Claudia just mentioned a couple of examples. How would we even qualify friends? And I still haven't really heard a definition from the opposing team of who would qualify as a friend. Is it only the G7? Is it Western democracies? Is it democracies in general? But then let's look at countries who did not vote against Russia in the UN General Assembly, like India and others. So who qualifies there if we really want countries, our friends, to have exactly the same values as we do? Our group of friends and our trading partners becomes very, very, very small. And I would also mention the very positive effects that trade can have. It's about incentivizing change. And yes, of course, not everything changes to a better model just because we trade with countries, but still it is important, not just to convince countries to work with us on climate protection and many other important issues, but also to improve conditions in their own countries. Let me give you the example of Vietnam, for example. We have a trade agreement, the EU, with Vietnam, and because of that agreement, in the negotiations, they made it legal there to have trading unions in their country. So we can, with our negotiations, have sustainability chapters. We can have an impact on the conditions in those countries so that they actually match our values even more. But if we exclude them from the get-go because they do not match what we expect from them, then we're not going to improve anything. So also for those reasons, it is important to also work with partners that might not in every way already be like-minded. Thank you.
Okay. One last thing, since we have 40. And this is a very unpopular thing to say, but there was a 4-year period where the country that I was from, many would not think was all that friendly or a friend. And so just defining a nice set of clean rules for who's friends and who's not over time is really tricky.
Okay, thank you very much. I now turn to team number 1 for their final round of arguments. Lissandra.
Okay. Yeah. Well, let me start by saying that, governments can set incentives, but at the end, the sourcing decision is a decision of firms. Right? And so we have conducted a survey with firms asking how reliant they are on Chinese inputs and what they are planning in the future. And what we find interesting is that half of the firms that are highly reliant on Chinese inputs is actually planning to reduce imports from China. And 4 out of 5 of these firms plan to increase imports from other European countries. So this doesn't mean really a decoupling from China, but this means that firms are pricing in these geoeconomic risks. Right? So they are willing to pay higher costs for these inputs to reduce risks in their supply chains. And so this is one argument of decreasing of how the geoeconomic challenges have changed how firms also think about trade, because firms in general don't take these externalities into account in individual firms. And so, again, the more intensive cooperation with democracies can decrease risks, geoeconomic risks, in particular when it comes to critical goods. And the current geoeconomic challenges require an active trade policy with further democracies and further world regions to also increase the number of friends.
Mm-hmm. Ash, Daniel, do you want to?
Yeah, I'll say that, yes, democracy is on the extinction list. Fewer and fewer people in the world live in liberal democracies. And that's why we need to protect them. And this is an urgent cause. And thinking that open trade somehow will change the mindset of the kleptocracies and the way that they go about it is just incorrect. We cannot live in the 1970s think. And what we are doing thereby with open trade with autocracies or kleptocracies is opening ourselves up at great risk, putting profit over our values. The problems that the other team presents are all problems that we can work out. Who is going to be in which category? Which products, which resources should we look at? We're not being absolutionists here and saying that everything should be blocked and we should stop everything. We just say that we need to be clear in our mindset that a larger and growing part of the world is using corruption as a method of governance, and they're not running by the same rules and principles as us. And if we want to continue on living in a free society, we need to take steps, including in trade and in technology. Ash?
So you mentioned we don't want to have a 1970s think. We don't want to have a 1990s think either. At the end of the Cold War, there was a bet that we made, which was that by bringing Russia and China into an open global economy, it would lead to greater political liberalization and kind of more support for the rules-based system generally. Well, obviously, we've seen, given the behavior of Putin and Xi Jinping, that that's just not the case. Liberalization of trade, open, unfettered access to markets has only made them stronger while they continue to remain committed to their autocracies and their form of treatment of their own people. So we need a different approach. And now's the time to rethink where we're headed. There is a practical way to do it. We're not talking about decoupling. We're not talking about cutting off these countries entirely. We're talking about selecting industries and selecting ways about going about this in a practical way. If I could, we have a report that the Atlantic Council put out on ally shoring, which offers at least one idea. It's not the only one out there, but it's one approach to how to have a practical framework for ally shoring that allows us to protect our values and to protect our most important friends and allies. So the bottom line is that friendshoring is going to allow leading democracies to establish more resilient supply chains. It also counters trends towards protectionism, which the other side keeps bringing up, where we are running the risk of onshoring becoming the default. If we want to protect, if we want to ensure that chips are available freely or without issues, then make everything at home. Well, that's not practical. We need a wider circle of production, and usually, relying on friends and allies is the best way to proceed. We're in a strategic competition. We know that we're headed in this direction with China and Russia, and so friendshoring is going to give us the maximum advantage over the long term in terms of succeeding in this competition.
And as Ash plugged his report, I'll say that we have a session at the Munich Security Conference, 5 o'clock on Friday, on topics like this. And in closing, I say that as much as I would not prefer it to happen at all, an economic Cold War is a better outcome than a world war of a kinetic style. So,
okay, wow. Thank you very much. Okay. It's your applause. Thank you very much for putting, for laying out all the arguments, also for arguing perhaps for a line which you do not support. That's the whole exercise. And now we come to the final vote. You have here, or it should be here, the code or the QR code where you can cast your vote again, and let's see whether our debate, whether the exchange of arguments has actually changed your opinion.
Get out to vote, everyone.
Right.
Yeah.
I hope you can all see this.
Oh, there's.
Okay,
they have big screens on the sides as well. And thank you very much for the moderation.
It was a pleasure.
We didn't change anything.
Well, perhaps you did. We don't have the individuals. So perhaps the aggregate did change, but perhaps on an individual level it did. So
yeah, come on.
Oh,
come on. Are we allowed to vote?
Panelists have stopped.
In a second, we are going to have a slide where we see if somebody improved or lost.
So you do see the individual vote, like you do see whether people have actually switched sides?
No, we can't see that. No, we can't see that. We only can see the percentages, and the team needs a little bit of time to then put that up on a slide and share it.
Oh.
Voting close. Active poll. Okay.
It looks pretty much the same, but we'll see.
It looks the same, yeah, more or less.
Yeah.
No, there's something still going on.
Yeah, it's so.
You know, it's Berlin, so
yeah, right. And sometimes the votes are found the day afterwards.
Yeah.
Let's check below the seats if there's still some votes playing around.
Somebody sitting with 5 cell phones.
Yeah.
So now it's closed again. 62 votes.
Yeah, 62 votes, voting closed, but it was closed before.
Yeah,
so.
but this is still the current one, so we are still waiting for the slide.
There are perhaps a little bit more for multilateralism than they were the first round. I think so.
That would make sense.
Yeah.
Self-confidence.
Okay. Werden wir noch mal die Prozentzahlen nebeneinander sehen?
So, but you did a very good, I only heard the bell ring once, so I really have to, you did an exquisite job in staying in the time, and I know how difficult that is if you, in a heated debate and if you make your arguments, so also a big round of applause to you for that. I had a very easy job.
Yeah, I'm sorry. We're still practicing, I have to say, just like the Berlin government with the voting. But we will, afterwards, we will check if we can get the percentage numbers and then share them with you. But let me really thank you, Andrea, also for excellently, really keeping the time and leading us through this debate, and to our 6 panelists. This was really, really very entertaining, and not just entertaining. I took along a lot of new ideas and thoughts. So give them, for being brave and doing this, and putting, really a big, big applause.
Would anybody like to see what we really think about
Yeah, I think that would be great. Who felt a sign?
We do that next time. But, we think that it's actually a great format to be quick on your.
There we go.
See, we just needed to be a little
there
bit.
was a little bit here.
Wow, you won
Wow.
like 0.4.
So friendshoring did, it did.
No, it was all 6 of the voters that left. They were all our voters. So different sample sizes, not comparable.
They didn't a few. Yeah. They didn't see any hope.
That is really.
Something happened.
Something
happened.
Something did happen. No, the friendshoring team did win some over. Yeah. And I have to say now I'm really proud of my team because everything works out technically and that they put this together. Great team effort, Aspen team, you go. So we were actually better than the Berlin government. So this does conclude the first day of our first German-American Trade and Tech Conference. I think we covered a lot of ground today. Tomorrow we will dig a little bit deeper because we will have breakout sessions on semiconductors, on export control, and as well as on the future of the global trading system. And then we also have some really interesting panel discussions coming up, and also the fishbowl exercise with the empty seat up here, where somebody of you can join, and then we switch turns. So I think it's worth coming back, and I hope to see many of you tomorrow again. I think there's still cold drinks outside if you want to continue chatting a little bit. There's also a a speakers dinner and a partner dinner, and the team is going to take you over there. So thank you so much, and also to the audience for being here, for sharing your insights. And for me, it's been a great day. Thanks to the team, and we will see you all tomorrow again.